both on YouTube and Twitch. Your lovely lass is here. Hello, hello. What I will do, because I've got a funny feeling that my headphones here are down to 10%, so I'll put them on charge and move over to my JBLs. Oh, these are JBLs as well. Bear with me. There we go. Give me a minute. Let me change over to you. One. Hello? Is it there? Hoi hoi. Fantastic. Hello. Is everyone still here? I will bring you all back. There's my YouTube. Oddly enough, this is about the time that I was thinking of going live tonight anyway. I've still got award-winning Gerbalism. Hello, hello. Hang on. Give me a minute. Stream manager. Go to chat. Okay. Oi oi. Who be here? Anyone here To anyone who is over on YouTube, because I didn't stream my Twitch earlier on, feel free to go over to Twitch, because I'll be live. I'll be doing my usual stuff. Say thanks to Specs, he be awesome. Thank you, my Welsh comrade. Should be in my subscriptions. Is President Sunday still alive? Oh, hello, President Sunday. Manage. Where be my lovely demo? Give me my demo. There be my demo. Thank you, demo. I will wait. Hi. Rejoice, you can see my lovely face. And my lovely pigtails. Or ponytails, whatever one you want to call them. These are called pigtails over in Scotland. For reasons. I do like them. Makes me easy for me to play with my hair. Wasn't that fun having Specs? I loved that. Being able to cover Laura Koonsberg, always a joy. Just to see what the fucking idiots are saying. The people who run this country are wankers. I will go and promote myself. Give me a moment. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh god, what if it... No, nothing. I have no idea if I can use it while it's in charge. Oh no, I can. Excellent. Copy text. there's a... Okay, I've still got people in my YouTube. YouTube comrades, can you hear me? Actual genuine question, can you hear me? What the heck? Why is that went on the... Oh, no. No, turn off no disturb. Fucking stupid bastard thing. Rejoice! Sozzled Snake is here. Hi, Sozzled. Please tell me you can hear me. I had Specs Bean Farmer on. I was meant to be covering Laura Koonsberg with Kev, but he fell asleep. No shade whatsoever. I love him desperately. Ha! No. Reviews up. There you go. There you go. There. Ha! I'm going back. What? Oh no. Play fuck. Oh. Good point. Can't hear. Oh god. I'll put that back. Let's see if I can get these recognised. Come on, I just want to hear. Is that them? Go. Haha! I can hear. Can everyone hear the video? Hello, Sawsword. Great to see you. Thanks. Oh, look. Who would you trust? These two individuals or this individual? I know who I trust. Hi, Zach. Carry on, demo. This one. Can you not see the video? Oh no, it's there. It's there. Okay, I'll see if I can bring that. Yeah, end screen capture. Okay, I'll bring it back. Screen capture. Add source. Add source. This one. Thank you. Move you over there so I can see my chat. This video. This one right here. Carry on, demo. I'll go back to the beginning. Naughty, naughty, naughty Sozzled. Hi. I'll ask again. Who do you trust more? These two or him? I know who I trust. Oh, fuck. I really had a good time with Specs. Based Welsh comrade. Love him. We covered Laura Koonsberg and the Sunday Show, which is basically our Scottish version. I did say it's usually represented by Martin Geisler. It wasn't Martin Geisler. I didn't recognise the lovely blonde lassie, I'm assuming. She was gorgeous. She was quite good. I liked her. They had Stephen Gettins on. No, it won't. Fuck it, I have to do it. I have to. Poll incoming, my comrades. New poll. Sorry, I will try to keep my composure. This is fucking hilarious. Helena will be coming back. She'll be back streaming on Wednesday. But I'll see if we can maybe get me in. I was meant to be doing it with Kev, but yes, it was an earlier stream. It was just on YouTube because sozzled. Kev's been banned for a week from Twitch. If you go into Kev's Discord, I can't give a duck. Still the same name on the Discord, but you'll find it. And if you need any help, just DM Wayward and she'll help you. He was debating President Sunday, and he basically got slapped. So he doesn't have his Twitch, where he earns most of his money. So, oh, no, I'll wait until Sozzled's back. I will just chat. Hello, everyone. Your lass is still here and she's still drinking. Don't worry about me. I'm used to the amount I drink on a weekly basis. And I do have dry days, don't worry. I do, trust me, I can't risk it with other things. Let me make myself comfortable. Holy fuck. I will be changing over, don't worry. My main speakers, headphones are sitting there charging. I will be carrying on for a good few more hours. So I streamed for 5 hours earlier on. I'll probably carry on for a good 2 or 3 this time, because I'm feeling quite good. Apart from my bahookie, my dairy air going a little bit numb. That's a bit better. Give me a second. I'll get myself sorted down here. Haha! Much better. If anyone wants me to cover anything, I can do research into it and I can give you a nice presentation and we can discuss. All of yous in the chat, or you can jump on if you like. And anything else, feel free to put things in Discord. I'll basically nick all your ideas. Credit where credit is due. I will leave a comment under this video of demos. I always do. You'll see me somewhere in most of his videos saying I've borrowed this for my stream. I have free reign. Are you back? Rejoice! Sozzled is back. Shall we continue? I wonder what, I'm sure Demo will say. I wonder what seat it is. Yes. That's where Ash lives. Oh, God, this is going to be fucking delicious. On you go, Greens. And their London Assembly member. A new Green leader. Oh, Zach. Golden opportunity here. Correct. Demo was correct. This government is, or at least his premiership is, literally running on fumes. At least that's my take, from what I am noticing, because I have nothing else to do during the day, other than play video games. I've got games on my laptop. Watch far too much YouTube. Don't worry, I'm not on the hell site. Go over to Blue Sky, see what's happening over there and stuff. And read newspapers and see what's happening and see what the columnists and editors are actually publishing about the government. It is endlessly terrifying and delightful in equal measure. It's funny. The end of the world is looking kind of mental right now. Who'd have thunk it? Neoliberalism, isn't it fun? Oh, are you going to the conference? I've got my tickets. I'm coming. And I'm going to be a professional YouTuber. I actually have lav mics. I'm going to try and record, obviously with people's permission, and post it all in my Discord and give it to Helen and Kevin Demo for them to use. I'd want Sugar Horse to come up. That'll be fun, being able to talk to Sugar Horse. It'll be amazing. So I'm going to yes, I completely agree. We need concerted, obviously different messaging up here in Scotland and stuff, as you well know. I would love to meet up with you at the conference, Oswald. I really would. It'd be fucking amazing. Don't worry, I'll keep your identity secret, and I'll say I talked to Oswald Snake at conference. I think that might be fun, and being able to network. Edinburgh, John McIntyre Conference Centre. I can't remember who gave me the bus details. Some lovely comrade in Kev's chat. 17th to 19th of October, so in a month. I have my tickets. I don't know how late it can be. I can buy you a ticket if you want. You'll need to wait. I get my money on the Tuesday, which is the 14th. I can get you a ticket and you can come down. Or you can come to the conference. And we can make it a concerted effort. If you want, no pressure, of course, whatever, if you've got the time to actually do it. Ross and Gillian's co-leader speech is on the Saturday at 2ish. So you can come down. I can pay for you to come down. I can pay for your bus, your ticket to get into the conference. Get back to me. There's a couple of weeks. Correct, Swazzled. I'll pause you a second there. Okay, David Lammy, the actual MP. Yeah, I know, Deputy Prime Minister and all that fucking bollocks. That's a big old constituency, for London at least. Yeah. Just want the election results, thank you. Where the fuck are they? Oh dear God. Oh, there we go. Fucking hell. I think that's one of the largest ones actually. So 15,434. In the scheme of things, that could be classed as a respectable majority, I guess. Yeah, no problem, Sossold. Yes, if you need to sleep, go to sleep. Yes. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with alcohol. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. And I'll catch you later. As always, a pleasure to see you. Night, Sozzled. That's actually a respectable majority. Ooh. A green came second. With the right amount of campaigning, where did... Get wrecked reform. Obviously, this is London we're talking about. Obviously, 15,000 is a bit of an overturn. So if they made him the ambassador and he gets he ships over, he moves over to Washington, that would call for a by-election. Right amount of campaigning, they could actually take the seat. I don't know who Indita Lal is. Oh God, that's a grammon. He's ran before, by the way. I'm not sure who this one for Reform is. An actual communist. Oh, she lost her deposit. But that is good. I quite like that. Good point. Yeah, still a comfortable margin, don't get me wrong. Turnout here for general elections is absolutely dog shit. It has been for a good few decades. It depresses me, don't get me wrong. I'd want turnout, because the last time we had high turnout here, we got an SNP with a fucking nearly 30,000 fucking majority, because we were fucking fed up of getting ignored by Labour and not and having a Tory government inflicted on us for a good few decades. We were fed up, and we went fuck it, and we got. I loved Anne. She was amazing. We've now voted her out, unfortunately. Sorry, Anne. So now we have a Labour MP called Maureen Burke. Feel free to check her out. One of the best websites we have here in the UK. They work for you. Just put in your postcode or whatever your constituency is, or if you know your actual MP's name, type in their name. And it'll give you all the demographics and stuff for your constituency. And see what they're like. You can check their voting record to see how fucking garbage they've been for their constituents. Never forget that. They are constituency MPs before anything else they do in Westminster. They are there to represent us. Apparently. My current MP's majority is somewhere in 6,000-ish, which is shit. And it was low turnout. What was it, 38? I'll actually check. Give me a second. I don't think might be slightly overflowing or something. Give me a second. Let's go. No. No. Yes. Morning back. There's no results. Oh, I was wrong. Her majority is 4,637, which is crap. Razor! Welcome, Razor. Rejoice, Razor is in chat. Hello, hello. You be in Twitch chat. Give me a minute. Are we back there soon? How you doing, Razor? This is demo. Demo is good. The kernel stands for Cornwall, which is the southwest of England. Welcome. Excellent. Great to hear. Correct. We cannot deny that. I'm doing quite well. I streamed earlier on for over 5 hours. We covered the Sunday show, which is the Scotland's version of Laura Kuenssberg. So that's basically Scottish politics based. Then we covered Laura Kuenssberg, award-winning Gerbalism. And she had David Lammy, she had crud. Lammy, Mel Stride, Hussam Zumlot, and Ed Avion, and the cultural part of it was Alicia Vikander and Andrew Lincoln. We didn't watch that part. I covered it with Specs Bean Farmer, a lovely Welsh comrade. Rejoice, comrades! Beast individual, Miss Hire. Hi, darling. Ah, alas, no Kevin Katie. We'll get round to it at some point. Yeah, well, the state of politics, the way things are going in society, blah, blah, quite a lot of that happening, unfortunately. I'm here to combat. I always still create slogans and stuff. I'm a member of a party, Scottish Greens, by the way. Hello. I am going to the party conference next month. So much fun. Can't wait. So that'll be good. But yeah, they nick them and they twist them, or they use them, but they use them for different meanings, different policy programs and all that. Can it be helped? I don't think it be helped. In some ways, the human nature argument, I get it, I understand, but on the whole, we are more cooperative. So all that bollocks about human nature and why communism will never work, that is patently bollocks. Oh, I'm already inspired, darling. I'm there to get information. I am there to promote. Can't wait. It's so much fun. Oh, darling, the Birmingham Council, they'll be going up an election next year, won't they? I assume you follow Demo. If you're not, follow Demo. Demo will be based. Demo will be based in Cornwall or Kernow. I can't wait to get through. I really can't. It's going to be so much fun and so much information and so much promotion. Love it. Can't wait. Carry on, Demo. Well done, Miss Hire. It is. I would love to hear what's happening on the government backbenches. I really would. Never forget, quite a lot of them are backstabbing fucking sneaky bastards. Politicians would be the easier way of saying that. They are. Cat-sized rats with hats on their head. I still can't believe that strike's going on, darling. I really can't. It's fucking ridiculous. 1974, anyone? Thank you, Reza. You are Razor. You're completely correct. The politics are so fucking poisonous. Don't get me wrong, they're kind of poisonous over here as well, but they're fully poisonous in America. What the actual fuck? I check the news every day to see what's happening, and Trump being Trump. And the Republicans, lots of them are scurrying and hiding. The Democrats are fucking ineffectual. They are useless. AOC doing something, I guess. It's getting worse. People like me are literally fed up. Even at the expense of my health, I am going to try and fucking change this system if it fucking kills me. I do not care at this point. I want a better world and a better life for my nieces and nephews at this point. I got the concession because I've got my bus pass and I'm disabled, so I paid the £25. I'm quite lucky, and obviously it's easier for... It's going to take an hour and 23 minutes to get from Glasgow to Edinburgh because they are fixing the M8. Yet again, who'd have thunk it? Just hurry up and get the M8 fixed already, for crying out loud. Can't be arsed. So I'll be travelling through on bus for the conference. You are correct, Razor. I'm trying to make things a little bit better, and actually going to an actual party conference might actually be a way for me to get different methods, different ways of speaking, different policy programs, things that I can actually say and help people, at least. I always help my family and friends. No need. If they need me, I am there. Call and I'll be there, blah, blah, blah. You've got a friend in me. I hate the fact that it's getting dragged in so many fucking different ways. It's not good. Don't get me wrong, still a leftist, obviously, will always be a communist, always be a Marxist. That's not going to fucking change at this point. Being able to reach out to other communities, other voters, other ways of living and things like that. I want to be able to do that, to reach out and help. Yeah, getting rid of the hostility might be a good idea. Can we do it? If there's enough of us advocating for it, possibly. Obviously, massive social movements are happening here in the West, global North if you wish, and in other parts of the globe. But being able to reach out to different communities and talk and get other ways of actual actions, mutually, things like that. Being able to reach out to your MP or your elected representative of whatever nature they are. I'm not entirely sure that work, because a lot of what happens here is so fucking entrenched. it's going to be difficult to shift the needle. It really is. Don't get me wrong, I want that needle shifted fucking desperately. Myself, as a disabled person and a leftist, literally being targeted. Politically, no, actual physically, no, anything of that nature. But as for part of my intersections and my demographic, literally saying, no, you're a stranger, you should be working, and all that other fucking shit. No, it doesn't. Not necessarily. Correct. There is a better way to go about this. Correct. Excuse me? Oh no. Urgh. Oh God. Can you hear it now? Oh, well, thank you, sweetie. I always stay awesome. Night night, darling. I'll catch you later. Bye. Oh, stay hydrated, not necessarily with alcohol like I do. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. And I'll catch you later. Bye, darling. Rory cats. Thank you, Demo. Love it. Uh, hmm. Ooh. Here we go. Thank you, Curtis and Ben. I will be back momentarily, comrades. Give me a second. That's better. Until my actual headphones, my JBLs over there charging, are done, I will move over. I have lost my chat over on my phone, and I'll go into YouTube and watch the videos so you can hear this, and I can watch it and watch and hear it as well. I'm still here, don't worry. Rejoice. I'll be back. Here, baby. Ooh. Right, where be we? Options. Turn left. There we go. I'll go back to the beginning. And go. Give me a second, I'm getting myself sorted here. Can everyone hear me? Oh, no. Come on.
So our very own Ben McLean went on GB News today to discuss the recognition of a Palestinian state with Nana Akua. Now, I don't usually do this, which is a reaction of one of our members going on GB News, but I really had to do it because Nana Akua is horrendous. Now, before we get into the clip, I just want to say she is literally the worst host I've ever seen. Now, we know that GB News is a right-wing, probably actually far-right ghoul of a channel, right? We know their opinions. But at least if you're going to be on TV, have the veneer, right? Have the optics of pretending to be not biased and balanced. Now, I've been on GB News many times. I've been on with Dawn Neeson. I've been on with Jacob Rees-Mogg. And I have to say, despite my profound disagreements with Jacob Rees-Mogg, he always gives me a fair hearing. He doesn't interrupt me. But there's a reason why I've told the producers that I'm never going to do a show with Nana Akua. I've done it 3 times now, and she does not stop interrupting you. Not only does she stop interrupting you, she tries to shout you down and force propaganda onto the people. And of course, GB News is a propaganda machine, but Nana isn't even subtle about it. So this clip, Ben McLean gets kicked off the show because he embarrasses her, and I mean embarrasses her, with truths about Palestine, and she struggled to defend her Israeli Zionist propaganda, which is why she kicked them off. But let's have a look. Let's react to what happens.
Right, let's get the thoughts now of Ben McLean, who is editor and contributor at Turn Left Media. Ben, we're recognising this as a Palestinian state. Gary pointed out we don't even know where the boundaries are, the borders, the capital, who will actually run this. Do you think the Keir Starmer's kind of jumping the gun? What will it achieve?
Well, the same accusation would be true of Israel. Like, Israel does not tell us where its boundaries should be. It's a criticism of Israel that goes all the way back to the 1970s, because they are illegally occupying their neighbours. I mean, that is the opinion of the International Court of Justice. They say that Gaza has been illegally occupied since 1967.
Which neighbours, Ben? Israel
Yes.
illegally occupying their neighbours. Which neighbours specifically? Because obviously we're talking about
Syria,
territory here. So just want to...
the Golan Heights in Syria, and also the West Bank and Gaza, to name but a few.
Now, you could see there she was trying to trip up Ben by saying, oh, but which ones? But obviously, we know what we're talking about. Ben McLean knows what he's talking about. So that one didn't work, but it gets a lot worse.
It is, well, I think, frankly, that the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel lost the right to have a say in the process, in the peace process, really, in the day that it murdered Hind Rajab. Hind Rajab, 6 years old, 335 bullets shot into her little body, and her last words to the emergency service worker being, "Please come get me. I'm scared. Don't go. I'm scared." Like there is no October 7th. There is no. There's nothing that in the world that can justify that. There is no.
By the way, this is really good framing from Ben. He's talking about the facts, but he's adding a story in here. You know, Hein Rajab was a small child, and over 300 bullets were found in her, right? Israel murders children all the time. And it's important to make that emotional case, as well as the facts on the ground. So Ben already is doing a masterclass, and the producers at GB News and Nana are thinking, oh God, we haven't just got some milquetoast liberal on, we've got an actual left-winger on. How are we going to make him look bad?
What about the hostages, Ben? What about the hostages? I mean, okay, if you're recognising a Palestinian state, you've got to admit that October the 7th was an awful moment, and that Israel are retaliating because they realise that their neighbours are never ever going to allow them to live in peace.
So obviously I'll let Ben answer as well, but I'm going to interject. That's a load of rubbish. Whenever it comes to the hostages, right, the Zionist propaganda and the talking points are always about the hostages kept by Hamas. Why don't we ever talk about the hostages that have been kept by Israel? There are children who have been kept by Israel, and this started before the 7th of October. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu has literally said he doesn't care about the hostages. He's probably, most likely, killed his own hostages by bombing Gaza. No one ever speaks about that, do they? So why is it the hostages, hostages, hostages? Also, right, this is another bullshit talking point from Israeli propaganda, because, oh, do you know what? If only Hamas just gave up the hostages, if only they did that, then Israel will stop. What a load of rubbish. First of all, why are Hamas keeping hostages? One, it's a negotiation tactic, and it's because it's their only bargaining chip, right? If they release all the hostages, there is going to be no stopping Israel. I mean, no one's really stopped Israel anyway, right? But Israel have no excuse to say, well, we don't need to pull back anymore, right? I mean, you've had Israeli politicians literally say genocidal stuff, literally say we want to wipe the earth of Palestinians, want to flatten Gaza. That is their goal. So you think that Hamas giving up their only bargaining chip, which is the hostages, is going to stop that? No.
What I would have liked to have heard was that there'll be a condition with this recognition that you'll perhaps release all the hostages. Would that not have been something that you would have thought Keir Starmer might consider, or no?
Nana, it doesn't work like that. We need to put pressure on our elected representatives, our MPs. I'm sure because you live here in the UK, you have an MP. Write to your MP and say to them, put pressure on the government, who then can put pressure on the Israeli government to release the hostages that they've been holding for fucking years. And systematically dehumanizing and killing, essentially. That is how this system works. Unfortunately, we can't literally go up to Benjamin Netanyahu and slap him around the chop and say, release your fucking hostages, then you might get your fucking hostages back. That is how it's meant, that's how I would like to see it work. Both sides release the hostages that they are holding. Oh God, these absolute fucking bastards. Nana, you're a propagandist. I can't believe I used to agree with you when you were a panellist on Matthew Wright. Many, many years ago. It wasn't Jeremy Brown, by the way. It was, when I watched, it was still Matthew Wright, by the way. I do kind of have a place in my heart for Matthew Wright. He's very funny and snarky. So a lot of us Scots recognise that snark. Being sarcastic. Who'd have thunk it? So it seems people from Croydon or sarcastic. Nana, you can write or email or literally go to your MP. Say you want to go to the gallery and you can sit on either side and look at whatever fucking MP you've got. I don't know what constituency you live in. And you can email or write using snail mail if you wish. Or email or fucking WhatsApp if you like, or tweet to your MP to get the government to shift position and actually put pressure on the Israeli government. You never know, it might fucking work.
When a state is committing genocide, there's you don't start sort of going, well, you've got to give some to the state. Like, you do not trust the Israelis right now.
So
and
the answer is...
And Missing Families Forum also does not trust the hostages. As they said, they wrote on social media, the Israel strike on Qatar a couple of weeks ago shows that every time a deal approaches, Netanyahu sabotages it. If you care about the hostages, you should care about the recognition of a Palestinian state, because that also comes with obligations to recognize Israel's sovereignty. If they want to keep the Palestinian state, then they have to recognize Israel's sovereignty, and that includes not committing the kind of crimes that were committed on October 7th.
You're sounding like a supporter of Hamas.
There we go. There we go. Oh, you must be Hamas. Are you thick, Nana? Right? Did you not listen to anything he said? The last thing he literally said, Ben, was the 7th of October was a crime. He literally said the 7th of October was a crime, and after saying that, you said, you must be a supporter of Hamas. This is insane. Clearly she didn't hear anything he said. Clearly she knows nothing. Actually, no, I know for a fact she knows nothing about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Literally nothing. And she thought, I don't know how to respond to these factual points from Ben. What I'm going to do is, you're obviously a Hamas supporter. Like, what a ludicrous thing to say. And of course, people watching this, whether you're left or right, whatever, can see that she's completely unhinged. Like, I mean, most of the time when I watch myself back or watch Ben on GB News, I'm thinking, yeah, it's in front of a right-wing audience. Most of the time they're going to disagree with us simply because we are brought on as the left-wing person, right? I absolutely understand that. But I don't see how anyone can watch that and be like, yeah, this is Nana Queer's the sensible one and Ben's the crazy one. When Ben's coming here with facts and Nana just says, well, you must be Hamas. Absolutely insane.
Just to be clear,
I think that's an absurd thing to say. It's like saying if you support the Good Friday Agreement, you must be a supporter of the IRA.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said you are sounding.
I know you didn't say that.
I said you're sounding.
Oh my God, Nana doesn't know what an analogy is. She's like, I didn't bring up the IRA. Why are you bringing it up? And he's like, it's an example, right? You wouldn't call people IRA sympathizers if you supported the Good Friday Agreement. And she's like, but I didn't say that. And he's like, no, it's an example. Like, oh my God, what is wrong with her? She doesn't know what an analogy is. Oh my God.
Like a supporter of Hamas. See, I would probably listen more to your argument if you were quite staunch about that. At least they could have talked about releasing the hostages instead of going on about the next.
First of all, Nana, you didn't listen to his arguments anyway, as we can see, especially when he literally said that the 7th of October was a crime. And then the first thing you said to that was, you sound like a Hamas supporter. So you're already demonstrating that you're not listening. And of course, you're lying when you're saying, well, I would listen to you if you had said this. No, you completely disagree with Ben. You're on the side of a genocidal state. You're never going to listen to the opposing argument. What I find so funny, right, and I told Ben this when he told me about his appearance today. Whenever you go on Nana Queer's show, when you watch it, right, the little sort of title card comes, and then she goes, welcome to Nana Queer's show. It's the show where there's no comfortable opinions, right? And me or Ben have never said this, but I wish I had. Like, her show is so censorious that she literally interrupts you within 5 seconds if you have an argument that she disagrees with. Like, you can see here how already, and it still hasn't got to the worst part, but you can see how she interrupts him, she interrupts me, anyone who's on the left, straight away, and doesn't let people express their arguments and opinions, because she's trying to cancel people's views, right? This isn't a balanced debate where you hear both sides. This is Nana Queer, who is unhinged. I mean, she was on the Jeremy Vine show a couple of years ago and literally said, let's refugees drown, and she was never brought on again, Right now, she's got her own show. This shows how far to the right the political debate is. Like she's insane. Her political views are insanity. She doesn't want to hear the other side and even debate it. She wants to talk you down and talk you over you. It's a tactic she specifically does, by the way.
The first thing was they took hostages, and they are slaughtering hostages, and Israel retaliated. So if you really wanted to settle this and you wanted to see an end to the bloodshed, you might consider doing the one thing that has been asked of. And if they do that, then Israel don't have an excuse. But having not done that, I'm wondering why they're still holding on to them but wanting recognition.
Well, as the Hostage and Missing Family Forum wrote, every time that they get close to a deal, Israel sabotages it. Israel literally bombed the negotiators. I can't like express to you how mad it is to go, oh yeah, well, Israel wants a deal as well, and then accepts that Israel just bombs the negotiators in a foreign country. That's an illegal strike. It's against international law. There is no justification for that. It's like I really just like, can you imagine if the British decided to like airstrike Dublin during the negotiations of the Good Friday Agreement? It's like it's worth like drawing a parallel here.
I don't think it is.
Can't see a justification for it.
I mean, why isn't it good to draw a parallel here? It's pretty similar. I think Ben is bringing up a very good example, and it's good to use a historical situation where it's kind of already been resolved. And what I mean by that is, well, of course we are on the side of peace. Like when a terrible atrocity happens, whilst it's happening, you have detractors, you have people that defend it. In the future, when the conflict is sort of resolved, everyone will say they're against this. So in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years time, everyone will say, oh no, what Israel did is absolutely disgusting. It was a genocide. Of course, that's a lie, because we can literally see right now how people are defending it. And I like that Ben is bringing up an example from something that happened where at least we can all have some kind of consensus. That's why he brings up that example. And it is a good example to use, because once again, if you support the Good Friday Agreement, right, it would literally be the same talking point by saying, well, actually, you're kind of supportive of the IRA. So it's a good example. She's like, oh, I don't know why you bring up that example, because she's clueless, like utterly clueless.
No. I don't think it is. And you know why? Because it was a targeted attack.
I don't know the numbers. I will say there were people there representing the Palestinian constituents, the Palestinian contingent, and people in the West Bank, and other people from Israel proper, whatever you want to call it, that were there in Doha. And they went and bombed it anyway. They were taking out the lead negotiators, who are actually UN representatives, by the way. People died during that bombing raid. Delightful. Fucking amazing. I love my government. Ha! Nana, you are fucking mental. They were literally trying to take out the negotiation contingent, the negotiation team, to actually bring this conflict to an end, to end this apartheid. And the Israeli government, with the help of my own government, the RAF, for fuck's sake, and the Americans, and tacit support as well, never forget that one, actually bombed one of our friendly nations who we've had ties to for many decades now, the Qatari government. It was a despicable act that we, our own fucking government, were involved in. God damn it, these fucking lunatics.
Specifically at Hamas, who are being harboured in Qatar, and just to...
Like,
no,
does she listen to herself? Oh no, it was a targeted attack at Hamas in Qatar. Like, do you not understand the sentence you said? You're attacking another sovereign country. So that's fine, is it? And first of all, it wasn't a Hamas operative, right? It was the negotiator. So if you're actually interested in peace and interested in getting the hostages back, why would you kill the negotiator? It's because Israel is not interested in the hostages or peace. They want to take over the land, right? Don't listen to me. Listen to the Israeli politicians who are openly saying it. And Nana's going, yeah, no, it's fine. You can absolutely bomb another country. Okay, then. Let's say that, because a lot of people like Nana seem to believe that all the terrorists have come to this country. Let's say an ISIS terrorist escapes the Middle East and came to this country and it was known about it, right? If they bomb this country, would you accept that reasoning? Hey, look, I know we killed loads of innocent people, by the way, and now we've just massively drummed up tensions between two different states, but we were allowed to bomb the UK because we know there was a terrorist there. Like, do you hear how insane that level of logic is? That kind of logic is what creates world wars and mass instability. That's why we have rules when it comes to war. So she's saying, oh, you can bomb any country you like, actually, because we disagree with that person or they're a bad person. Yeah, you'll say that until it affects us. Until another country bombs us because they were just targeting a bad person. I don't think you'd be supportive of that. I think you'd be like, actually, let's go to war then. Like, she is so thick.
Remind you.
Wait, no. It was a mass negotiator. That was their peace negotiator.
Let me finish.
That was their peace negotiator.
The way she speaks to guests, it's so disgusting. Like, again, I've been inside the studios of GB News. I still go on when I'm asked. You know, I love discussion and debate. I'm absolutely happy for that, and I can definitely tell you that I've had pleasant interactions with pretty much everyone there, even though I really, really disagree with them. You know, when the cameras are off, I'm not there shouting at them. I'm like, oh yeah, thank you for having me on, and whatever. You know, that's just being a human, I guess. But when it comes to Nana, like, you can see the visceral hatred in her. And then she's like, no, let me finish. As if she's, like, speaking to a child. I mean, like, we're 30-something people and she's speaking to other adults like that. It's so fucking patronising. But also, she's interrupted Ben multiple times. Now, interrupting a guest is absolutely fine sometimes. When you say something factually incorrect and you can have pushback. Like, no one's against that, right? But she wasn't... One, interrupted him because he said something factually incorrect. She interrupted him to push propaganda of Israel. That's one thing. But two, it's not necessarily interrupting. It's the amount of times she does it and how little time she lets people speak. Now, if you watch, I doubt most of you watch the shows, but if you do, you will see, right, when I'm on the panel debates of her, it's debating her and the guest. Because she never, ever, ever interrupts the right-wing person because she agrees with them. Now, if you're supposed to be impartial, right, you're supposed to interrupt both if you think there's a good point on either side. But she does propaganda for the right wing because she's just really right wing. And then she turns it around on you and say, don't interrupt me. I mean, GB News literally made an article about me because the last time I was on, she gave me 5 seconds to speak. And I spoke over her because I was giving her the same treatment as she gave me. And she's like, no, I will kick you off the show. And then they wrote an article saying, Nana Akua blasts guest for interrupting, and she says, let me speak. It's insane. Like, she's turned it on its head. She doesn't let other people speak.
Okay. I listened to you.
I mean, I'm willing to... Hang on, you already...
No, you literally didn't listen to him. You don't let him speak, but also you didn't listen to his arguments. Need I remind you again, you literally called Ben a Hamas supporter right after he said the 7th of October was a crime. So you didn't listen to him. You're waiting for your moment to try and deliver Israeli propaganda, and failing, by the way. You do not look good in this whatsoever.
You weren't listening to me.
No,
you already said you weren't listening to me.
You should wait till the end of the sentence before you interrupt because you don't know what I'm going to say.
Well, maybe you should take your own advice and wait to the end of Ben's sentence, and then you can interject.
All right?
Do the same courtesy, and I'll do the same to you. That's
okay.
Fine.
No, because I'm hosting the programme and I've invited you on to talk and I've listened.
I've invited you on the programme so you can listen to my opinions. That's what she's saying, basically. Yeah, you invited someone on to talk, so let them speak and and allow them, by the way, breathing room to give an argument and a debate. Like, the reason why when you're facing Nana, you're already thinking, right, I need to get in my talking points very clearly because you know you're going to be interrupted. Like, if you actually care about discussion and debate, you wouldn't make your guests feel like they have to rush in their answers. You would give them breathing room and time. Right? If you want to come back at it, fine, but let them deliver their argument at the best of their ability. Because I think, right, when you're having a debate with someone, you don't want to listen to their worst arguments. You want to listen to their best arguments. So then when you counter their best arguments, it shows that, one, you're a better debater, and two, people are far more informed because they're hearing the best quality debates from both sides. But when it comes to corporate media, and specifically GB News, they don't want to do that.
I'll interject and I'll ask you questions, but at the same token, you can respect.
So you can interrupt
All right,
me, but
this
I
isn't
can't
going to get
interrupt you.
anywhere. So I'm going to leave it there, Ben. There's no point because you're not listening to anything. Ben McLean, thank you very much, editor.
There you go. So she kicked him off because this is why she kicked him off. Ben was eloquently putting the argument to Nana Akua and the audience that Palestinian statehood has been something that should have been needed for a long, long time. Irregardless of negotiations, irregardless of hostages, right? People have the right to self-determination. That's just a fact. And Nana Akua, because she's clueless on the subject, she's clueless on a lot of things, but specifically on this, she didn't have any rebuttal. She didn't know what to say back. So in that instance, when you don't know how to reply to a discussion and debate, if you don't know how to respond and you have nothing to say, the tactic is to frustrate the process. And what she does is she interrupts you really, really quickly to get you pissed off so you can make mistakes and trip up. And then she turns it around and says, hold on a second, don't interrupt me, otherwise I'll kick you off. That is a tactic from a charlatan, from someone who has no idea what they're talking about. They're not confident enough to debate the facts, to have a proper, intelligent conversation. And I know Nana's not alone in this, it's the entire corporate media, but Nana and GB News are just the worst example of it. Instead of having an intelligent conversation, frustrate your guest, interrupt them, get them pissed off, and then, as Ben did, he said, I'm going to extend the same courtesy as you did to me. He interrupts her back, demonstrating this is what it's like when you're constantly interrupted. And then she goes, no, it's my time to speak. I'm going to kick you off because you're not listening to me. You didn't listen to a single thing Ben said. Now, what I love so much about this, whether people watch this on GB News and thought Ben did badly or not or whatever, is immaterial. What is material is that those of us at Turn Left, that Ben on TV, me on TV, and others on TV have called out the genocide of Palestine, have called out Israeli war crimes. Nana Akua, right, has been on live television denying a genocide, doing propaganda for a genocide state, and we have the receipts. I really, really hope in like 5 years' time she's going to turn around and be like, oh, I was always against this. Well, we show this clip. We will show this clip of her defending the vile, disgusting regime that is Israel, and whether we win or lose debates on the day, there is recordings of me, recordings of Ben, and so many others out there calling out Israeli war crimes, calling out the murders of children and women and babies, ethnically cleansing and starving people. We are on the right side of history of this, and she is not. And that's what I have to say on it, because we have the receipts. Absolutely wild stuff. Good on Ben for putting up with this crap. I mean, he said to me, I'm going to debate anyone. I've said to the producers, I'm not debating Nana. And it's not because I can't debate her. It's because I want to debate. Like, I actually like having discussion. And I like it when people disagree with me. But there's just no point when she doesn't shut up, let you speak, and then kicks you off the show. So much for no position or views are cancelled. Well, you just cancelled our very own Ben McLean for speaking truth to power. But obviously, GB News is on the side of Zionists, genociders, and the oligarchs.
Praise be. Thank you, Curtis, and thank you, Ben. Dear God, I need to speak to you to make sure you're okay. I'm sure you are, but I need a full digest of what you actually went through. What the actual fuck, Nana? That was bloody ridiculous. Christ's sake.
believe.
Because what did you think was going to happen when they chose to side with one of...
What they were expecting was that people would have more sympathy for of CK than the firing of Kimmel. That's what they were expecting. They were expecting people to be more outraged, and they were expecting people to think, believe them when they said that Kimmel had crossed the line. Okay? And what you're seeing right now, even Congress is capitulating to this whole entire thing about a white supremacist, because that's what CK was. How are you going to overwhelmingly vote for there to be a day of remembrance for a fucking podcaster who spewed hatred? How does that make sense? Right and left, everybody jointly decided, cool. So when Bob Iger made that choice, and he knows that this is how the politicians are thinking, he's thinking, oh, well, the rest of America is going to be right in line with that. They're going to be fine with it. They're going to have so much sympathy for CK that we're going to be able to get away with this. And the problem with the 1% and the problem with white supremacy is that they are completely and totally out of touch with the majority of America. They're out of touch. Because most of us are sitting here what the actual fuck is happening? We're watching white supremacy just take over the entire nation in every aspect with this administration.
Hello. Hi, Stephen Miller. Please tell me that's a joke name. Because if it isn't, I really don't like that man. I really don't. If it is joke, fair enough. Hello, I am MadCat79 Scotty Eye, or Katie Marshall 4340 on YouTube. I am a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. I talk about health, disability and politics. Hello, welcome. Please be respectful. I am open for debate, but there are certain things I do not abide by, okay? Fair warning.
And going, y'all are just going to let this happen? Cool. So that's what they thought. They thought that no one was going to bat an eye. They thought, oh, well, we'll have support for this. And overwhelmingly, companies forget that they have consumers who are not white. They also overwhelmingly forget that in 2025, there are a lot of white people who think that their rights are way more important than sympathizing with a literal fucking Nazi. I'm not surprised that the people are reacting the way they're reacting. They should react that way.
Oh, bring it. Oh, it's there.
Donald Trump is visiting our country for a second time, and this is in the same week that we've had racist marches on our streets. The response to this podcast has been phenomenal, and I'm feeling all the love. Things are about to get tougher, though. We need to meet this moment with the same toughness of conversation that these crises need. And so we're going to be having a conversation today about radicalization. That inevitably means we'll be talking about topics that some people will find offensive, and there is a lot of swearing. I do believe, though, and I meant this when I said this when I launched the podcast, it's not just to have people I agree with all the time or conversations that are easy. Dealing with this moment means having the tough conversations. That also means a lot of swearing. I'm really delighted to welcome to the podcast YouTube streamer Jimmy the Giant. A secret, this week you weren't necessarily going to be the guest. The guest was going to be a guy I met in Clacton the other day. So this guy is a guy who's just come out of prison. He's Irish and he's a migrant. He said, look, I don't hate migrants. I'm a migrant myself. But look at my community. It was his words. He said, it's a shithole. Yeah. And then we got into a chat about migration. And then I said, actually, would you want to have this chat on a podcast? And he's like, I'd love to. He then messaged us a couple of days ago to say, totally understandably, I've got a shift at work, which is part of this, right? There's so much structural inequality, we can't even have these conversations. But I felt really strongly, especially after what's happened this weekend, I needed to have a conversation with someone about patriotism, about what is happening in this country, what is happening with the right. And you seem like a pretty perfect person to have it. So this is not a, you are the perfect replacement, but also...
I'll take it.
We were going to have a conversation anyway, but I wanted to say that to our viewers because... Donald Trump is visiting our country for a second time. And this is in the same week that we've had racist marches on our streets. The response to this podcast has been phenomenal, and I'm feeling all the love. Things are about to get tougher, though. We need to meet this moment with the same toughness of conversation that these crises need. And so we're going to be having a conversation today about radicalization. That inevitably means we'll be talking about topics that some people will find offensive, and there is a lot of swearing. I do believe, though, and I meant this when I said this when I launched the podcast, it's not just to have people I agree with all the time or conversations that are easy. Dealing with this moment means having the tough conversations. That also means a lot of swearing. I'm really delighted to welcome to the podcast YouTube streamer Jimmy the Giant. A secret, this week you weren't necessarily going to be the guest. The guest was going to be a guy I met in Clacton the other day. So this guy is a guy who's just come out of prison. He's Irish and he's a migrant. He said, look, I don't hate migrants. I'm a migrant myself. But look at my community. It was his words. He said, it's a shithole. Yeah. And then we got into a chat about migration. And then I said, actually, would you want to have this chat on a podcast? And he's like, I'd love to. He then messaged us a couple of days ago to say, totally understandably, I've got a shift at work, which is part of this, right? There's so much structural inequality, we can't even have these conversations. But I felt really strongly, especially after what's happened this weekend, I needed to have a conversation with someone about patriotism, about what is happening in this country, what is happening with the right. And you seem like a pretty perfect person to have it. So this is not a, you are the perfect replacement, but also...
I'll take it.
We were going to have a conversation anyway, but I wanted to say that to our viewers because some viewers are saying, when are you going to get normal people on? And I'd say, you're a normal person.
It's the classic thing about when they say like champagne socialists and they're like, well, you're not like truly working class. It's like, well, because working class people are fucking working. They ain't got time to be out doing speeches and shit. And it's like, there's obviously always going to be inherent bias in your politics. It's always going to be middle class people because they're the only people that can really typically get to those positions.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
Always filtered out. Yeah.
So Jimmy the Giant, I came on your stream and thank you so much for that because afterwards literally hundreds of people joined the Green Party. So I think you introduced me to literally a whole new audience. I'm hoping I can introduce you to a whole new audience. So a lot of people will know exactly who you are and some people won't. So how would you like to introduce yourself?
I am Jimmy the Giant. So I make YouTube, documentary, video essay kind of things. I guess my arc is that I used to be pretty on the right. I was like a Jordan Peterson, self-help, go to the gym culture. I still love all that shit, but it was like that is quite co-opted with a lot of right-coded politics. So yeah, I was like in that world. I grew out of it. At one point I was a Tommy Robinson supporter. Like I went to one of these rallies when there was like, I don't know, 20,000 people. And somehow, after a very long, there's a whole video on it so you can watch it. But after a long trajectory, I managed to get myself out of that. And then I guess what it has given me is a sort of internal monologue of someone on the right. So whenever I talk in my videos about certain topics, I know the questions and the thoughts that person's going to have. So then I can kind of address that.
Right.
So I think it gives you a unique perspective. And I speak to a different kind of audience because I guess just my background, like my sort of, the way I speak, the way I act. Yeah. So it's like, it definitely gives me a different audience than a lot of the people on the left. And I think it's good, really. It's like Gary has a similar thing. Like he can speak to certain people.
So yeah, it's been an interesting journey.
Yeah.
But to be honest, like, when you're on the right, they always tell you that you're like young, straight lads or whatever, they don't like that. I have literally felt nothing but welcomed by the left. Like, as long as you're not a dick, they're very welcoming people. And yeah, I feel like I've had incredible support from people and established people and yourself. It's like amazing to have. So
Well, thank you for everything you're doing. I mean, I think you're literally a key voice. I want to talk to lots of people, but I also know there's people who will they're less likely to hear me, as opposed to someone who has come from that place and goes, okay, I understand. The march that happened on Saturday, I was looking at some of the crowds and just thinking, are some of those people in the crowd recognise that, like, Katie Hopkins, Tommy Robinson, Elon Musk are all grifters, and they're still on the march because they're concerned and they go, actually, I don't support what's being said on stage? Do you think everyone in that crowd supports what's being said on? Obviously, we can't talk for everyone.
Yeah.
But what do you think's going on? Why are so many people coming out on the streets?
yeah, I think it's like, I'm guessing you saw that Clive Lewis
Yeah.
tweet, which was pretty on the money. If people don't know, he was sort of saying, like, he had a mate who recognised sort of the problems of Tommy Robinson and a lot of these people, didn't trust a lot of these people, but still was finding like community in this, I guess you could call it nationalistic, but in his mind sort of more patriotic group. And yeah, it's one of these ones where it can be really difficult because a lot of these movements are like an onion that has different layers to it. So you have like the far right ethno-nationalists who exist. They are big, you see them on Twitter, but they're like a small part of it. And then you'll have people who are like very anti-Islam, but they will say they're super fine with migration. That's like quite common. And then you'll have people that are just sort of like, mass migration's too much, maybe I have some problems with this, problems with that. And then you get this guy who's just like, I don't know, finding community and people that are like, celebrating where they're from, etc. And all of these people can be in the same group, and you got to be really careful. And it's hard. Like, I make mistakes as well, where it's like when you try and talk to this group, and if you focus on the most extreme, then you're going to alienate all the other layers who are less extreme. And yeah, it's really tough. So a lot of these people, they will just be people that, yeah, normal people. And I think, who was that guy? Trevor Phillips was saying the other day, it was like, these are kind of, he was shocked how normal the people were. And it's true, because a lot of people, they will just be like, I don't know, like just maybe concerned about migration. And then they will sort of tolerate, because I remember when I was at one of these rallies, there was a movement in the past called, what were they called? It was this yellow flag, and effectively they're an ethno-nationalist movement.
New Dawn?
No, I can't remember what it was called. It was a bit older now, and I don't see them that much now. And I remember when I was at this rally, I would always say I wasn't a racist person. I would always say that I was like just concerned about Islam specifically, and I really didn't like the fact that this other organisation was there. And all being true, that we were in the same room sort of supporting effectively to the same ends, the same politics. And I guess that's our argument, is that no matter how deeply invested you are in it, maybe you're not an ethno-nationalist, maybe you're not even anti-Islam, maybe you just have some problems with mass migration. We feel like typically on the left that these politics tend to filter to the more extreme point, because they're sort of always trying to solve a question, which is, why is Britain getting shitter? But their analysis is from the complete wrong perspective. They think everything is to do with cultural decisions of individuals, of groups, rather than material elements of inequality, housing, jobs, etc. So they're sort of chasing the wrong scent, and it can eventually lead to a point where that ethno-nationalist tiny movement becomes bigger and bigger, because they offer the next step. They're like, look, you guys were wrong. It's not about mass migration. It's not about Islam. It's actually about the white, we need to keep an ethno pure nation. And it can go like that. And that's why it can be quite hard to talk to this, because sometimes
I've never fully debated these kind of people, the people that Jimmy used to frequent with in his politics when he was younger, the demonstrations, things of that nature. I've never really had to worry about that. Don't get me wrong, I've had family members who did actually vote for Labour and for the Tories. I said, it's really not good in your own self-interest. I've never actually had to debate with any of them. I've never really had to debate with my quote-unquote brother-in-law. He's essentially a decent human being. He is good. He's got really good skills. Don't get me wrong. If I had a chance, I'd fucking pinch him in a heartbeat to fix everything wrong with my flat. I would. Trust me, I think my sister might have problems with that. He is good. He is a decent human being. I love him. He disagrees with my politics, but he can understand where I'm coming from. He said, I will never be as far left as you. I understand that. I get it. Not everyone is a communist. Not everyone is a Marxist. Not everyone is an ML or a Trotskyist or an anarchist. I get that. Left unity. When? Maybe. Who knows? Fuck it. I can see where Jimmy's coming from. I love Jimmy. For those of you who are not in the know, please go and follow Jimmy the Giant. He is absolutely fucking amazing. His YouTube videos are absolutely gorgeous. They're brilliant. Well researched. Plus, he's a really good speaker. I try to be a good speaker. I really do. I might fumble my words at times, but I'm sure I can speak eloquently and you can all hear me. I might actually get louder the closer we get to Holyrood elections. Who knows? Yeah, you know I'm going to get louder. Fuck it.
We're trying to critique the extreme element,
Right.
and we alienate all the other layers who aren't
No,
that.
no.
But we're trying to warn them. But that can be easily misinterpreted as we're saying all of you lot are fascists, all of you lot are this, and they're not all going to be fascists.
Yeah, I've not thought about it in these terms because sometimes I go on what you could call a left-wing march and people say justify that poster that someone waved and you go, well, that wasn't me waving that poster, and actually there's a coalition of things that we agree on.
Yeah.
And I guess you could make the same argument in reverse. Diane Abbott's written an article today in The Guardian that essentially says, though, we need to talk about the fact that that march was racist and there's racists in the crowd, and if we justify too much of this around inequality and austerity, what we are doing is normalizing or justifying racism. Now I'm asking you a really hard question here because if you ask me the question back, I'm hearing Diane's words and I'm reflecting on them myself, and we're all doing this in
Bring it. Give me a second, everyone. I will be back momentarily. You can still see me. Hi, 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 hi. There we go. Rejoice. Hi, 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 hi. Still on the road. Maybe here. I've got one. I've got two more rooms. Hi. Shall we continue? Good point. I wonder why. Shall we talk about the economics of this and the fact that we need more young people coming in? That isn't. Correct. No. I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, it's subjective, knowing our interlocutors and stuff like that. Smarmy? Maybe. Maybe a little bit. Foresight? Kind of. Yes. I'll give people that. Knowledgeable? Yes. I will not be challenged on things that I know about. Obviously, I don't know everything. I'm just doing my doing exercises. My knee seems to have frozen up a bit, so I'm trying to loosen it up. Same with the hips, but they're a different story. I understand that. Yeah. And Jimmy's talking about Lewis, our lovely Lewis from Turn Left, and Sneak It. She is awesome. She is on TikTok. Go and follow Sneak It. She's cool. And Lewis B. Aaron, as well as Ben, and also Curtis. They do the research. They are awesome. I love those three individuals. Oh God, I need to get on Turn Left. I so do. Obviously, I would not presume. I'm still trying to craft my message to Turn Left. Don't get me wrong, at some point, I will force my way in. Obviously, I would. It would be good. Obviously, being Scottish based, bringing me on in the run up to the Holyrood elections might be quite fun. Possibly. We will find out. I will try. Obviously, go and follow Jimmy the Giant. He is awesome. I'm going to choose, I'm just going to go down and see what video I want everyone to see, because he's amazing. I'll just say a little bit here. Hello, hi, Scottish women here. I love British culture. I love Scottish culture. I love Irish and Welsh and English culture. There's a slight difference. There's a slight disconnect. Don't get me wrong, we can bridge them quite easily. Certain elements in our society won't let us do that. Because I am just some mad Scottish woman on the internet. Yeah, mostly accurate. I'll give them that. I know things. I drink and I know things. That is one of the best lines from the Game of Thrones I have ever heard. But yeah, Scottish, Irish, Welsh, English culture, quite different in many different factors. I love my country. I love Scotland with all my heart. I love being Scottish. It's amazing. I have Scottish. I have English friends. I have Scottish friends who live in England. I have lots of different family members who are all Scottish, but with many differing positions on politics and social life and things of that nature. I manage to bridge them. I try to be as welcoming as I can until people who come up against me and see things. Don't get me wrong. We are mostly welcoming, but if you try to challenge us, especially in the way we live and what struggles we go through, and say, no, you're just playing, blah, 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 and all that sort of nonsense. Most of those things are out of our control. They're out of my control, obviously. They should be in my control. She cackles like a witch. Hubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Something wicked comes. It is brilliant. I would love to meet Jimmy. I would love to meet Zach. And with any luck, I will meet Ross and Gillian. With any luck, I'll also meet Ellie Dummersall and Lorna Slater at the conference. I can't wait. And please be Patrick Harvey. Praise be! The mod, the most extraordinary Shanna County Pants is here. Oh, bugger it. Ah. How bad is this, Mary? Hello. How's the back, darling? Ah. Uh, let's give me a second. Any hmm. Let's look this one. Right. Order outfit and then yeah, all good. Oh, interesting. Um, is that a little bit better? I had these twice on my mixer. Maybe that's better. Sweetie, is that better? Oh, by the way, on the left, Jimmy the Giant YouTuber, and that's Zach Blansky, the leader of the Scottish Greens. That's no longer hooked in. They're turned off. I've got that turned off as well. Give me a second, I'm putting back so much of the laptop. Interesting. I went back to what it was before when I was streaming last night, and the echoes came back. Interesting. How? I don't know how you make it. You just lessen it. That one down. Is that a little bit better? I need my headphones. Definitely need the output. That one. There we go. Maybe that is the output. Use the input. I won't get myself thank you, Janet. For the input and output, they were both coming from this. So you could hear me and still hear the video. That's the way I'd set it up after I finished my earlier stream when I was covering basically Scottish and UK. Is that better? Rejoice. Fucking amazing. Right, let's see if we can hear. This is Jimmy. Jimmy on the left, Zach on the right.
Streamer, how worried are you?
It's very up and down. Like I came into left wing politics sort of personally. It was a bit before this, but when I started making videos, it was when Gary was popping off, and I was feeling this massive optimism. I was like, man, this guy's cutting through. He pulled me. He pulled a bunch of people out of like positions, and I'm seeing it cutting through. And I was like, this is sick. And then yeah, the Tommy Robinson rally like the other day definitely put a bit of a downer. I think Trump became president just after, so it has been a bit like this because I'm seeing myself growing. I'm seeing lots of people in this space growing. But then yeah, with the Tommy Robinson rally the other day, it was massive. It was popular. It was super popular, and I hear it in my personal life.
For anyone who is not British or European who is not in sync with UK politics, that is a depot name. His actual legal name, the name that is on his passport, is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. He doesn't use it for reasons. I would love to know, but that would involve me talking to that individual. I'm not entirely sure how that would go, really. I despise the man, for obvious reasons. He is a criminal. As far as I'm concerned, he can fuck off. It's doing quite well, actually, sweetie. It's no longer purple, it's kind of like a mid-blue colour. It's still kind of tender, it's not swollen, the swellings went down now, so still kind of tender. The knee, the pain is gone, but the stiffness, I'm used to it, don't worry. Walking, interesting. But other than that, everything else, health-wise, going well. In relative terms, really. I'm more concerned about the knees. The right knee. Oh, I'll keep you all posted, don't worry. Not be concerned, be curious. I will tell you all if you want to know, because joint stiffness, whatever joint it be, the money makers, the things that actually support you, which are your knees, and things that make you mobile and ambulatory, your ankles and your toes and your feet. The least said about my toes, the better. That is all I will say. But I'm more concerned about the knees and the hips, really. The knee is a mess. Carry on, Jimmy and Zach.
I hear people that I would have said were just vanilla, apolitical people. They'll sometimes post stuff about Islam, or they'll like respond to some of my, if I'm on Instagram or something, 'cause that's where mainly my personal mates are. They'll be like, yeah, but you know, there's this problem in the Muslim community and so on. I'm seeing it from
get happy to hold your hips from behind. You put your whatever hand you like the best on the small of the back or wherever it is, if you can reach to it, and get her to rotate the hips while you bend forwards and backs and to the side like this. Heat works, like I said, bath or hot water bottle or heat pad that you stick to your back. The heat will loosen up the muscles and you can move around a little bit freer and you can get happy to massage, like I get super happy to do for me. Or I just dance around or create a mosh pit for this idiot. I do not go into mosh pits anymore for reasons. Tiger Balm's got quite good ingredients in it. I'm assuming the ingredients are the same that I get here in the UK that you can get in the States. I assume. If they are different, just post them in the chat and I will say slightly different or yeah, the same. It's called Deep Heat over here. We also have Tiger Balm. It's basically the same as Deep Heat. It depends what's available and what people like, depending on the scent usually, which is quite weird. Tiger Balm does work. My mum uses it for her hip, not her right hip. Her right hip. I use it for knees. And I've got heat pads as well, and strong as fuck painkillers. No, I don't. I'm a perfectly legal, good, upstanding individual. I love my heat pads, and I love my Sweet Mary Jane that I don't use.
People that I know a guy who came to this country unable to speak English. Now he's learned English. It was maybe like 10 years ago, and he's like talking about the Muslims are the problem. They're not integrating in society. I'm like, bro, they came from exactly like if you're critiquing them, you couldn't speak English when you came to this country. Right. And I'm like, how people are being pushed to this position, people that I would say are very, even I know lefties, like people who when I was on the right, I was like, man, he's woke person, whatever. And now they're like, yeah, but there is a problem with the Muslim thing and stuff like that. So it's like, that is worrying me because I think, I think that it's starting to like get out there, become mainstream, this idea that Islam doesn't integrate into the West. That's becoming a very, I think you're going to probably run into having to like really maybe sit down with Tommy Robinson. Oh, God, good luck if that ever happens. But like, that's going to have to be tackled head on. And I'm trying to do it in my videos and stuff, but it's like, that is a talking point and argument that needs to be addressed properly.
You mean to sit with Tommy Robinson to talk about Muslim communities? I can't imagine having that conversation.
I know, it'd be hell.
I think it's quite far gone with that.
Yeah, but it's like his arguments are getting out there.
Right.
And the way he speaks, I was on the way up listening to a Tommy Robinson thing, and the way he speaks, I sometimes I wish he was a leftist.
Right.
Because he's an incredible rhetorician. Like, he can really ramble off a load of shit, paint a completely convincing narrative, and it only breaks down when you start like breaking each part of it. So he was doing this whole spiel on this podcast, and I was like, he said a statistic. He said like 90% of all grooming gangs are Muslims, and I was like, even from your argument, that is incorrect. Like, even there are pieces of data that can talk about representation of Muslims in grooming gangs. It doesn't say 90%.
Yeah.
It doesn't say 90%. And so what he'll do is layer on layer these half truths, these sort of like incredibly embellished things, and he'll do it in like 1 minute, and he has this whole narrative tied down. I think your brain, like, I wouldn't be able to keep up with a conversation with him because he can just go like that. But someone's going to have to deal with his arguments like head on, or at least we need to explain why Islam isn't like destroying Britain,
Right.
because that is becoming more and more. I'm hearing that even from leftists, that they're like, yeah, but Muslims are a problem.
And it's interesting because it feels like Nigel Farage is doing everything he can to not associate with him.
Yeah.
And I would argue that their politics are coming from a very similar place. It's just Nigel Farage is doing it in a suit with the veneer of respectability politics, but actually, ultimately, what they're trying to do is marginalise Muslim communities.
Yeah, and they work together. Like,
Right.
even though they are against each other politically, they're different parties, they are appealing to demographics that each other can't appeal to. So, like, Tommy Robinson is really going to struggle to speak to white middle-class Susan. He's going to struggle because she will see him as, like, a thug. Right. And he is like, yeah, football hooligans. They would have grown up in the 70s and known about football hooligans. That was the big cultural problem at the time, was that we were having groups of typically white men going out and fighting people over football. That was a big problem back then. So that era is kind of sort of scarred by that type of person. But a Farage can speak to her because he has this sort of, he's that guy in the pub who, you know, drinks the beer and he's probably worked behind the bar, like respectable, that kind of
Well,
vibe.
he was a city trader.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete mythology.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's not true, but I'm just talking aesthetics.
The impression people get, yeah, absolutely.
And it's like, even though they will claim to be against each other, they're perfectly helping each other because they appeal to different audiences. And over time, Tommy Robinson is actually starting to now appeal to different crowds. So he starts getting this, like, how would you call it? Like someone who's been the truth teller, this kind of archetype that he was suppressed by everyone in the media. And then over time now people are starting to realize he's speaking the truth. So you will sometimes see these people who are like, I would say like COVID conspiracy brained. So there was like quite a group of maybe middle class, wealthy, doing all right type of people who during COVID got radicalized by like Facebook, and then they start distrusting everything, and then they're going to distrust that the establishment used to lie about Tommy Robinson. So those people are maybe starting to come around to him, but generally they're sort of covering different squads.
I think I mean, it's so messy because I see Israeli flags often at those marches, and for me they're the biggest group of anti-Semitic people that I would not want to spend time with. And so not obviously everyone on that march, but I'm
there's
talking about
definitely
Tommy
people
Robinson
in those groups that are definitely anti-Semitic. Like, and you're right. Somehow they're coalitions. This is the thing that's the difference between the left and the right.
Yeah.
The right is so just okay with really broad coalitions of groups that have no shared interest. And at some point, like, and you see it, they do have these little civil wars, but ultimately they all understand, and they're better at politics, they understand they're all moving in the similar direction. So you can accept, like when Elon Musk and Donald Trump fell out, it didn't really do any damage. They're all still moving in the same direction. Whereas the left, and this is something I'm quite interested to hear your opinion, but it's like I would say the left generally is very principled, and it can really struggle to like open the tent up to certain people. I wouldn't say that's 100% true. That can be a bit of a bastardization that the right makes of us. But I would say, like, you know, when we understand about the sort of trans thing, like that's a really important topic, and like we understand it, we get why it's not this thing that the right make it out to be. They're just normal people that deserve rights. But if we sort of say to people, if you have any of these anti-trans opinions or something, which they might be able to be reasoned out of, they might be able to come round on them, they might realize that they were being misinformed. But sometimes I worry that if we're so principled on this, in the sense, let me just think out one a word. If we find ourselves in a position where we go, fuck you for your bigoted opinions, then this is what Ash Sarkar's been sort of saying lately. We risk losing people that might come round to our arguments.
Yeah,
do you get what I'm saying? Like, I hate talking about this because I feel like I'm giving legitimacy to the anti-trans argument, which I'm not, and I never think you should move your principles. I think it should be you should be not like purity testing people. I don't know.
Yeah, so there's a few things. One, the first thing I'm going to say might be even reinforcing what you're going to say, but it's still something I strongly believe that for me, left-wing politics is about solidarity and compassion. It's about human rights, and trans people have to be included in that, and that's non-negotiable. I do think there's a difference between someone who makes a whole entire life about being transphobic and to make trans people's lives hell, who... By the way, I think we shouldn't abandon in terms of if you're talking about society, but as a political party or as a movement, I think it's not a political party's job to convince every single person who disagrees with them that they are welcome in their political party. Political parties, by their nature, are saying, these are the things we stand for, and if you don't stand for those things, that's fine, but this is not the party for you. Yeah. And I think there is truth to what you're saying, and it's something I'm thinking about a lot, which is women, particularly women, who are worried about violence against women and girls, who are worried about the gender kind of pay gap, who are worried about getting a gynecology appointment. All these things are, actual material things that we should be worried about. But none of these things are the problems or caused by trans people.
Yeah.
They're a problem of society, and particularly often cis men who are in power, who are pushing these things. I also accept, though, what I've just said. If I go to lots of communities and said those things, I'd either lose people in the nuance. Not always. There's plenty of working class communities, for instance, who have shown massive solidarity over decades, both with LGBT people, also Black and Asian people, and obviously those communities are often made up of LGBT people and Black and Asian people. There's no them or us here. But I think what you're pointing to is right. Is there's a nuance in terms of how do you grow the coalition, making sure that I really like the phrase, rather than calling people out, you call people in.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, that's not acceptable what you've just said. Let's talk about why it's not acceptable. But
I think that's the key thing, and it's really hard because people could easily take what I'm saying out of context, but it's like, don't just say fuck off, and don't, like, there can be a feeling sometimes of like, if we're really hardline on people, it's like, because we stand on our principles and we're solid, but it has to come across like, look, we think you completely misunderstand this topic. We want you to come in and talk to us about it so we can explain what we think about it and why it's important to us. And I think it's the same with like immigration as well. It's like, if you say fuck off to everyone who has concerns about immigration, you're just going to lose lots of people when they may be able to be invited into a conversation.
Right.
Like, that's what I try and do with my immigration video. I go through all of the, well, not all of them, because you couldn't do that, but all of the anti-immigrant arguments, and I explain, okay, so one of the ones is wage suppression, and I don't go, you're a bigot for thinking that. There is situations, it's very minor, it's like 0.1p per hour, but there are situations where it can cause certain wage stagnation. But what I say is, look, why is that? That isn't because of immigrants. It's because of weak labor laws. It's because of like deunionization, like weakening the unions. And if we focused on strengthening unions, strengthening collective bargaining generally, you will find that wages will go up. And so it's not saying you're a bigot for having this opinion, it's explaining the context and giving people time to learn about these things. Because that was the thing I felt when I was on the right, is I just didn't understand a lot of things. Like, if you've grown up in the 2000s and you have never seen a trans person in your life, and then the right is telling you that trans people are coming to take over women's sports, and they're saying that they're biologically women or something like this, you don't have the layers of understanding of gender and the history of like gender constructs, etc. You're coming at it from this position where you don't have all of that, and that opinion might sound insane to you based on your whole life because you've never experienced it. If someone sat you down, and I'm sure many on the left would be very happy to do this, and this is where the right are kind of lying to them, where they're saying they don't even want to talk to you about this sort of stuff. They're scared to have this conversation. It's not true. But if you sat them down, talk them through it and explain it like an adult, they'll probably go, yeah, actually that's a really interesting point. Like, that's how I see it. I think it's not a case of never renege on your principles, always keep it like that is at the core. We stand for human rights, stand for all rights of all types of people, but always be pulling people in then pushing people away. Always want to sit down and spend your time talking to this person about this topic and why you think the things that you think, rather than just shut it down and move on.
I think there's a couple of things I want to bounce off there. One, again, huge respect to your videos, because I think you tell sometimes the inconvenient truth as well, in terms of, I think sometimes on the left we can rightly be accused of just presenting, it's quite simple, this is the easy argument, but actually I've definitely heard you say
It's difficult trying to get that across. Don't get me wrong. The eloquence and being able to reach out to different parts of the community is always going to be good. Whether we actually get into the communities or be able to talk to people within certain communities within our society, in our local society, in our local area, within our city, me, Glasgow, and also me, Scotland. And me also wider UK, being able to reach out to these people about the immigration policies of this country, about trans rights, about disability awareness and accommodations for all of us. That's where we should be that's where I believe, where I can actually give to this conversation. I can explain it to people in my own eloquent way.
Sometimes actually it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but actually overall this is why this is really important for the country. Second though, I think we don't exist in a vacuum, so particularly when I think about the gender critical
Correct,
movement
we
in
don't.
America, it's been funded by fossil fuel companies, are very often funded by fossil fuel companies.
I wonder why they care about gender.
Right, exactly. And so like the kind of big principled and idealist in me wants to go, if we just have conversations with people about information and diplomacy and we chat with people, everyone will come to the right conclusion at the end. But we've got to remember that we're two people sat in a studio, but there are people literally with billions of pounds and industry who are going, how can we distract, how can we create division in our group? And then the biggest thing I kind of took away from the last few minutes too is I caught myself saying, you've got to call them out and say that's not acceptable, but who am I to decide what's acceptable or not? And I think that's a legitimate question, but I'll answer it myself. The person I am is a political leader of a party, and so I think it's perfectly legitimate to say, as a political leader of a party, or a party more widely, because we have a democratic party, these are the things we stand for, these are the things we are acceptable and unacceptable. And I think it's totally legitimate for someone like you outside of a political party, when you're making a YouTube stream, you're having conversations with people going, we talk about what's acceptable and unacceptable, but actually I want to explore what's unacceptable, not in a way that makes it acceptable, but creates a space where those conversations can happen. And those things are difficult because, if someone from the right was in this room, they'd go, people have not got a right not to be offended. And you know what? I think that's true. I think we can all be offended sometimes, but people do have a right in this country not to be harassed, not to be victimized, and not to face physical or verbal violence. And I think it's about where are the lines in those things, but ultimately making sure that the people who are the most vulnerable are protected by those of us with the power and status.
And make sure that we're doing the job. So if we're really, we have this position, we're pro-trans, we need to make sure, if we're broaching a topic that people don't have a lot of information on, that we are doing everything we can to get the information, understanding of how we got to that position out there and accessible. And there are lots of YouTubers doing that, but you can't tell someone an opinion is right or wrong without giving them the tools and the knowledge to understand it. Because our education system, in my opinion, failed a lot of us to even understand why people earn pensions. I knew, you just sort of told you get a pension. If you go and travel around developing nations and you see 70-plus-year-old women on the street begging, you now know why pensions need to exist. But because in Britain we take so much of the welfare state, of structures of governance as just a given, when an Elon Musk, when a Farage comes in and talks about cutting the state, cutting all this, you go, yeah, because it will save money. But you don't understand what the society looks like on the other side when you don't have these protections. So we have to do everything in our power to give people, not just tell people this is right, this is wrong. I'm not saying that's what people are doing, but we have to also put shitloads of effort into education and getting these ideas, complex ideas out there to people in different mediums, different ways that are digestible to different audiences, so that we can give them the tools to understand these things, rather than being look, this is what it is and this is what it isn't. There's some people you sometimes see this opinion. I can understand why they say it, but they'll be maybe this is just a Twitter thing, but they'll say you could just Google it, or you can pay me for my Googling or something like that. And it's no, unfortunately you have to do the effort. You have to do the effort. So we have to, if we're gonna have principles, we also need to back it up with information and trying to get that information out there. It's equally just important to stand up for someone's rights and spread the information as to why those rights are necessary and needed. Because otherwise, if people don't have that education, understand in their brain, we can lose those things. And
Totally. And you're a young person who is absolutely making that effort. So I've really appreciated this conversation and everything you've done, because I think just in this conversation too, I'm learning, and whether someone agrees with everything you say or disagrees with bits, I think you're the same as me. I don't want people to agree with everything. I want to have that discussion. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we're trying to work towards the same goal. We're just trying to find how to get there. And
absolutely.
So big up what you're doing, man. You've given me a lot of hope lately, which is nice, because it's feeling rough at the moment.
And you've joined the Green Party as well, right?
Big time, yeah.
Huge welcome, man. I feel really excited that new people and new ideas are joining.
Yeah, I love it, man. You've got the energy that you have, because I know people online, you won't see how tiring it can be doing this stuff, but the energy you've come into this, and you don't seem nihilistic, you seem hopeful. That is a really good thing.
Yeah,
so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Darling, you still here? I'm trying to think. I will watch this on my own before I put it on stream just to see what Gary is thinking. I will do this one right here by Gary tomorrow night, or, well, tonight, later on today, really, in a good few hours. Hmm, hmm. I really want to play these two. Please remember this. There is no such thing as fair play in Japanese media, even though it reaches here into UK, Western Europe, America, blah blah blah. Usually get kind of slapped a bit. Just saying, don't do that. There's no such thing as fair play with Japanese media, which both of these songs are. God damn it! I'm game if you are. Fuck it.
You can call me Miku. Blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your eyes. Wide open secrets, anyone can find me. You say coming through my mind. I'm thinking Miku, Miku, with you. I'm thinking Miku, Miku, with you. I'm thinking Miku, Miku, with you. I'm on top of the world because of you. All I wanted to do is follow you. I'll keep singing along to all of you. I'll keep singing along. I'm thinking Miku, Miku, with you. 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 What's it like to be you? 2020, looking in the rear view. Take me, make me feel like Superman. You can do anything you want. On top of the world because of you. All I wanted to do is follow you. I'll keep singing along to all of you. I'll keep singing along. I'm on top of the world because of you. I do nothing that they could never do. I will keep playing along with all of you. I'll keep playing along. I'm thinking Miku, Miku, with you. I'm
this island. This was an escape plan. Carefully timed, it's all let me go and dive into the waves below. Who turns the urges? Who fixes up the gables? Emotional torture from the head of your high table. Who fetches the water from the rocky mountain spring and walk back down again to feel your world to mash up sting? And I'm getting fucking tired. Capillaries in my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? For somebody I thought was my savior, sure make me do a whole lot of labor. The kind of skin on my hands is cracking. If our love ends, would that be a bad thing? And the silence won't stop a chamber. You make me do too much labor. Apologies for my tongue. Never yours, busy lapping from flowing cup and stabbing with your fork. I know you're a smart man, and weaponize the false incompetence. It's dominance under a guise. If we had a daughter, I'd watch and could not save her. The emotional torture from the head of your high table. She'd do what you told her. She'd meet the same cruel fate. So now I've gotta run so I can undo this mistake. At least I gotta try. The capillaries in my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? For somebody I thought was my savior, sure make me do a whole lot of labor. The kind of skin on my hands is cracking. If our love ends, would that be a bad thing? And the silence haunts a bed chamber. You make me do too much labor. All day, every day, therapist, mother maid, myth, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, lift to attendance, so that he never lifts a finger. 24/7 baby machine, so he can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her. You make me do too much labor. All day, every day, therapist, mother maid, myth, then a virgin, nurse, then a servant, just an appendage, lift to attendance, so that he never lifts a finger. 24/7 baby machine, so he can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her. You make me do too much labor. Capillaries in my eyes are bursting.
Doge is absolutely the most impressive operation, I think, that I've ever seen inside of any government organisation. We need something similar here, don't we?
When you see what they're doing in America, do you get the feeling we ought to be doing it here?
Lately, there's been this growing idea that the government is too big and too restrictive.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
And there's no clearer example of this than Elon Musk's Doge department, leading to a revolution of sorts, with dudes with bad haircuts holding chainsaws coming to free the handcuffs of government bureaucracy from the people. However, is this concept really new? Has it been tried before? Well, my friends, today I will tell you the story of Britain's failed Doge department.
We should always fix the roof while the sun is shining.
Right, so it's
Fuck
the
off,
2nd of
idiot.
August, 2024. Elon Musk appeared on Lex Fridman's podcast. And in this podcast, he discussed the idea of a brand new department in the United States government.
I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government efficiency commission.
Nice. Yeah.
And I would be willing to be part of that commission.
Little did we know that this small, off-the-cuff mention would evolve into Elon Musk jumping around on a stage with a fucking chainsaw, celebrating the Department of Governmental Efficiency.
We have very smart people going in, so I've instructed him go into education, go into military, go into other things as we go along. And they're finding massive amounts of fraud, abuse, waste.
So what's going on here? Why is all this fucking commotion about bureaucracy? Where did it come from? Well, mainly, it comes down to this graph right here. This is America's debt. If we look at 2020, we'll see that America's debt exceeded its GDP. The American people looked around and went, shit boys, we're in a lot of debt. How do we fix this? So the kind of thing that was being sold is that the richest man on earth would come in and save America from what was clearly incompetent bureaucrats who must just be spaffing the money up the walls on transsexual book clubs and condoms for Gaza.
I will restore the working man to his rightful glory. I will dismantle this oppressive establishment board by board.
You see, my friends, behind all of this rhetoric and storytelling of evil bureaucrats and heroic billionaires, at the heart of what Doge is public spending cuts. That's what it is. Just, with a fresh lick of paint, it's cuts.
Elon canceled millions and millions in contracts that go to disabled veterans who own small businesses. They cut off the suicide hotline for veterans.
Now you see here, 4,520 miles away, we here in Britain know a little something about cuts. Because not all that long ago, we were sold the exact same premise, but instead of a billionaire with a chainsaw, we got a boring bloke in a suit. In 2007, British debt was at 844.2 billion, which was just 35.5% of the British GDP. By 2010, it was now 1,433 billion. 60% of our GDP. How many condoms are we sending to Gaza? Well, you see, this debt didn't come from nowhere, right? It all came from a little-known thing called the financial crisis.
A crisis in the US housing market balloons into thousands of job losses in the European property and banking sector.
Now, for many people my age, the financial crisis was like this sort of distant fog in our childhood memory. Something my dad was probably trying to tell me about, but I couldn't hear him over the fans, trying to prevent my computer from overheating whilst I was picking flax in RuneScape. But you see, this moment, little did we know, would go on to define my entire generation's lives. So for us to truly understand what happened on that day, what was the financial crisis, we need to go way back and rewind to the moment where we fundamentally changed how money worked.
The strength of a nation's currency is based on the strength of that nation's economy.
In 1971, there was a man called Richard Nixon, or Ricky Nicky, as his mates would call him. He ended what was called the Bretton Woods system. This was a global financial order where the US dollar was the world's currency. And this dollar, the US dollar, was tied to gold, the gold standard, whereby $35 would get you 1 ounce of gold. It would always get you that amount. This fixed price, this fixed system, was in order to guarantee financial stability. The hope was to prevent another Great Depression and World War II, because, you know, they were pretty bad for business. And so this system had been going for a while, but by the 60s, the dollar was starting to lose value. And that's because America had the genius idea of going to Vietnam and trying to beat communism out of the Vietnamese. So they were spaffing a shitload of money on that, and they were also spending money at home on their welfare programs. This is a scenario that is often referred to as guns and butter, which is where you overheat your economy by funding war, guns, and welfare, butter, both at the same time. And it makes sense, right? Because if you're going to spend all this amount more on war, you need to print more money. And if you print more money, then that money becomes less valuable. And whilst America was nobly beating communism out of the Vietnamese, countries around the world started to notice that the supposedly stable dollar was losing value. And so they hopped on the phone, they jumped on and they said, oh, it's not good, is it? Hello, Mr. Nixon. Yes, we were wondering, can we get our gold back for these dollars? Yes. Yes. You know, give me to the end of the week. I get paid Friday. Shit. In August of 1971, Nixon said fuck it, and he cut the dollar loose from gold. He ended the Bretton Woods system.
Accordingly, I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators.
This was 8 years before I was born, and I am now living in the consequences of what this actual criminal, don't get me wrong, Richard Nixon is a criminal. Piss off. We are now living in this after he literally firebombed the Bretton Woods system for its own political and economic reasons. Good times, people. Good times.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
And so the handcuffs of government bureaucracy were off. Now, a dollar was just worth a dollar, a piece of paper. It's a really nice looking piece of paper, but nonetheless a piece of paper. And the dollar was no longer tied to anything real. It was just vibes and belief. Now this thing, it was called the Nixon shock. This helped accelerate the many crises of the 70s. Inflation skyrocketed, wages fell. But you see, there was one group of people rubbing their hands together, and that was the bankers. For them, this was game time. By the 80s, Thatcher and Reagan come in with their brand new ideas. Free markets, deregulation, financialization. Oh yeah, and loads of cuts to social welfare spending. Just ignore that bit. And this was all under this kind of narrative of like cutting government bureaucracy, the inefficient, wasteful spending of government bureaucrats. Doesn't that sound familiar? This ideology is known as neoliberalism.
And you're all noble warriors in perhaps our most crucial battle these past 8 years. The battle to reduce the growth and increase the efficiency of the federal government.
Before we go any further, I always get DMs from you guys asking how is it I make these videos. And I'll be totally honest, I wish that when I started, I had today's video sponsor, InVideo AI. InVideo AI is your creative partner, right? Is your right-hand man. You can put your video idea or your script into the AI, and it will generate an entire video from you, either from generative AI or stock video footage, and it will do it in minutes. Why this is helpful is because when you're making a video, it's kind of just a concept in your head. You won't know if it's actually a good video until you come to edit in it, and sometimes it might not be as good as you thought it was. InVideo AI allows you to put a prompt into the AI and literally see what your video is going to look like.
The future of prison reform could be straight out of a sci-fi movie. We could be looking at personalised AI-driven reform programmes.
I've been using it to try and see if the pacing of the script is good. If there's bits that are a bit boring and I can cut out, I find it much easier to see it in front of me rather than just know it from reading the script. So basically, in-video AI is putting you in like the director's seat and creating a visual storyboard that will massively help you before you even have to pick up a camera. You can literally bang your whole script into the AI. As well, you can put in music and manually tweak it with the prompts. You can basically edit any part that you want, like add my voice. And also you can get it to help with the writing. Perhaps you want to engage a certain type of audience and it can cater your script to that audience. Really, in-video AI is an amazing tool for people who really want to get into content creation. And it can really give you confidence in your video ideas before you go and invest into filming them. So check the links below. You can try in-video AI for free. It will save you hundreds and hundreds of dollars on test shoots and filming and editing, etc. Anyway, back to the video. And you see, whilst this was all ironically being sold as like a way for governments to be more fiscally conservative and spend less, government debt continued to rise because they needed to borrow in order to allow for major tax cuts to the rich. This period of time was also a major change for banks. For decades, banks had rules. You know, like the banks weren't allowed to just give all of your life savings to some guy in Varrock Bank telling you he can double your money. There were things in place to like keep the bankers in check from doing stupid shit. But by the 90s, the politicians of that era just said, boring. And so they went through the rule book, right? They were flicking through the pages and just ripping out bits they didn't want, adding in some bits they did want. 1994 in America, you get the Interstate Banking Act, which allowed different banks to merge into one big national bank. In 2000, you get the Commodities Futures Modernization Act. And in 1999, the most important of all of these, the repeal of Glass-Steagall.
It is true that the Glass-Steagall law is no longer appropriate to the economy in which we lived. It worked pretty well for the industrial economy, which was highly organized, much more centralized, and much more nationalized than the one in which we operate today. But the world is very different.
This was a law that made sure that investment banks and regular banks, where people just kept their money, were separate. This was done since the Great Depression to stop another Great Depression. But they got rid of it, and now the banks were free to fucking YOLO your life savings on Dogecoin. And so in this one decade in the 90s, whilst we're all fucking playing Pokemon and listening to Nirvana, the bankers had done a silent coup on the governments of the Western world. The rules were gone. We deregulated, and now they were free. And the economy started to boom. But you see, this boom and this economy, there was a problem because, well, this was an economy and a boom that was built on very sandy foundations. And, of course, it wouldn't last forever.
Early this morning, the stock market leapt up. It's steadied now, and there's now a rumour that interest rates might come down. So the champagne is flowing as the city's young brokers and commodity dealers raise many and many a glass to the prospect of making lots more money.
So you see, during this neoliberal small state / the government revolution, which was really good, it was a really good time.
It was good for certain sections of society, yes, don't get me wrong about that one. We are now living in the consequences of these absolute fucking hawkish ghouls and basically money-grubbing bastards. Delightful! My country is falling to fucking pieces because of these bastards. I want to change it. I really do. Hopefully, I can, before I croak it. Mark my words, I will try to make a material difference in my society. Wish me luck. Haha. Carry on, Jimmy.
It's great. Well, you see, due to the fact that they were cutting welfare spending and reducing workers' unions, workers' rights, by the 2000s, wage growth had started to really stagnate. And with the explosion of the dot-com bubble and other things, the wealthiest of society were getting richer and richer. And so wealth inequality really grew. And the government, who realized that if people keep getting poorer as inflation grows and costs rise, that's probably not a good thing, they decided to do something about that. George Bush announces the Ownership Society. And in the UK, Tony Blair does a very similar thing. The idea here was that they looked around, they said, well, if the poor are getting poorer, what if instead of supporting them, we treat them all like they're mini capitalists, owning a portfolio of assets and creating wealth? And that means we can cut state support more. And what better way is there for the ordinary person to build wealth other than housing? Right? So these governments, they rang up the banks and they said, lads, need you to do us a fave. Can you start fucking handing out some more mortgages? You lot have been a little bit stingy lately. Give out more mortgages. And so the banks did that. They started handing out more mortgages to people who probably couldn't afford a mortgage. And these mortgages were known as subprime mortgages. The whole theory of getting everyone to buy a house was to build more wealth for ordinary people. However, in reality, what was happening was ordinary people weren't really getting richer. They were just getting into lots of debt. You see, the UK's debt to income ratio had been pretty stable during the 90s. It was about 1.06. But by 2004, it had skyrocketed to 1.5. And that was because of very slow wage growth. People were being forced to increasingly rely on debt in order to keep up with the rising cost of living. And because banks had deliberately coerced people into thinking they could afford a home when they couldn't. And the way they did this was by creating a very clever scheme. By offering to these people what were called adjustable rate mortgages, or ARMs. These were mortgages, right, that had very low payments at first that people could afford. But after a while, there'd be massive increases in these payments. It would get really expensive. However, my friends, do not worry, for we have created an infinite money glitch. Because the house that you're purchasing will continue to grow in value, and trust us, they will. There's no way they can stop growing in value. What you can do before the increased payments is you can just refinance your mortgage. By that point, your home will be much more valuable, and the banks will give you a new loan with much better terms. And all this genius scheme needed to work was for house prices to continue rising forever. But what if they didn't do that? You see, by the 2000s, inflation was creeping up. Thanks to the American-led Iraq War, oil prices were skyrocketing. Oil went from $20 a barrel in 2002 to $140 a barrel by 2008. Oil price increases have effect on everything. Transport costs, energy costs, Pokemon card costs. And so as government spending was continuing to rise because of this war, it was looking more and more like Vietnam. Guns and butter all over again. Central banks, when they were seeing this creeping inflation, decided they needed to do something. Between 2004 and 2006, the US Federal Reserve jacked up interest rates from 1% to 5.25%. And this would be the first domino to fall. The rise in interest rates had a massive effect on homeowners. Millions of homeowners now had a problem. Because around about the same sort of time, as so many people had been motivated to get on the housing ladder, the demand for housing started to dry up. I mean, if we look at the charts, UK had a home ownership rate of about 70%. And so, the demand for housing had dropped. Meaning, house prices had stopped rising. And, along with this sudden rise in interest rates, the fucking infinite money glitch had been patched.
We had the greatest asset bubble in history, and now that bubble is bursting. The single biggest piece of the bubble is the US mortgage market, and we're probably about halfway through the unwinding and bursting of that bubble.
And so people just started to default on their loans en masse. And yeah, people being made homeless, that sucks, but what if the banks, the bankers, what if accidentally they had taken all these these subprime mortgages they were offering to other investors as a safe asset, guaranteed money. And what if accidentally every bank and investment firm, what if they had also bought all of that debt from the subprime mortgages? That would probably suck even more. Left, right and centre, the banks just started collapsing, one after the other. And by October 2008, we're in a complete global financial meltdown. Stock markets crash, no one wants to lend any money out, and so businesses started to collapse as well. The entire economy was in freefall. And so, the governments had one big question. What the fuck do we do now? 2008 should have been a period of time where we realised that neoliberalism, this ideology which was ignited by Nixon, exploded under Thatcher and Reagan, and then accelerated under Blair and Bush, had led to this zombified mantra of deregulation, selling off of state assets to private individuals, and massively cutting welfare spending, it should have been obvious that that ideology had failed. It came to its logical conclusion. A deregulated bank being allowed to do something incredibly dodgy, causing everyone to lose all of their money. And at that moment, we had an opportunity to put our country on a different path, a much more stable and much less risky one. And so, on June 22nd, 2010, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne, under David Cameron's Conservative Party, got up in front of a podium to address the nation.
If we don't get on top of our debt, every family in Britain will be poorer, and the dreams of millions of young people will be dashed.
There will be overall savings in fundings to councils of 7.1% a year for 4 years.
We've made sure we're all in this together, and we've taken our country back from the brink of bankruptcy. A stronger Britain starts here, and I commend this statement to the House.
I think today's announcement is absolutely devastating for communities up and down the country. What George Osborne has said today, for example, is that we're going to see 500,000 people in the public sector put out of work. That will have a knock-on effect in the private sector, so that could be a budget essentially for destroying 1 million jobs.
So the UK and the United States bailed out the banks to the tune of £500 billion, with a guarantee of £1 trillion. That is taxpayer money, our money, paying to keep banks alive, also known as socialism for the rich. And so to cover this inordinate spending, this incredible amount of debt we had to take, you might be wondering, how did we cover that cost? Surely we must have taxed the very rich because they have all the money. And surely we must have punished the banks, right? Make them pay for all this mess. Nah, that isn't what we did. Instead, we launched our very own Doge department. Or as we call it, austerity. Austerity was being euphemistically sold to us as fixing the roof while the sun was still shining.
Having come this far, there can be no turning back. We should aim for a new settlement across the political spectrum where it is accepted that without sound public finances, there is no economic security for working people. That those who suffer when governments run unsustainable deficits are not the richest, but the poorest. And therefore, in normal economic times, governments should run an overall budget surplus, so our country is better prepared for whatever storms lie ahead. In short, we should always fix the roof while the sun is shining.
You didn't do that. Nay, 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 nay. I despise this human being. Don't get me wrong, he has every right to exist, but for his policies and what he done when he was in charge of the monetary policy of the UK government, he is scum. Gideon, you literally deprived my household of food and sustenance and energy and comfort. I hate you. I will always hate you. I am glad you're no longer in the Commons. Woohoo! Thank fuck. You have fucked off. Can you tell I'm salty? Hi Gemma. Rejoice! Australian comrade. Story girl is here. Hi Gemma. How you doing, sweetie? Yes! Fucking bring it. If you're not already following, go and follow Story Girl. She is based. I know pain. I know movement issues. Welcome, Gemma. Hello. That man, that individual, that demon, can fuck off. George Osborne, Uh, he he identifies himself as George Osborne while he was in the House of Commons. His name is George Gideon Osborne. He is scum. He is Tory. He cut all the social funding for all of the UK. I despise him with a burning fucking hatred, which he deserves. He has every right to live. It's fine. Go away. Fuck off. Your austerity plan was literally trying to end me. I have no time for you. We have to hear from him every now and again because we need to explain why this man is a fucking bastard and how he wrought ruin across the UK landscape. Ugh. Fucking cunt.
Which is political jargon for massive cuts to public services, benefits and wages for ordinary people, and massive taxpayer bailouts for billionaires.
Are the cuts going to hurt, Chancellor?
No public servant in Britain will escape the pain of the cuts. 500,000 of them are set to lose their jobs in the police force, in prisons, defence, education and foreign affairs. Faced with the biggest budget deficit in Europe, the government insists it had no choice.
So the people whose lives had been ruined by the financial crash, they were being punished. It was their services that were being taken from them. And the people who caused the crisis, they were being bailed out, continuing to make tons of money. The bankers getting bonuses, and they got off with little to no legal time, no prison time. So how did our Doge department fare? From 2010 onwards, the Doge department, aka austerity, gutted public spending, with £500 billion worth of planned public spending cut over a decade. If we go through some of the cuts, man, it's pretty bad. Welfare and benefits were cut by 30 billion. Disability benefits were slashed by 10%, which was about £1,500 per disabled person who was claiming it. Universal credit was introduced to try and make it even harder for people to make a claim for benefits. Housing was cut by 60%. So our social housing in this period of time was being sold off to people and they weren't rebuilding them to replace the stock. Between 2010 and 2016, homelessness doubled, with rough sleeping up by 165% by 2020. Local governments, their budgets were cut by 40%. 500 plus libraries were shut, 600 youth centres were closed. Social care budgets were cut by 7.7 billion. 7 billion was cut from schools, so per pupil funding went down by 9%. University tuition fees tripled to £9,000 a year, just saddling a whole generation of students into debt. Public sector pay was frozen, which means with inflation, 10% of real wages were lost. VAT was raised by 20%, which hits the poorest people the hardest. 600 million was cut from mental health funding. And because this all has impact on people's health, an increased demand in the NHS led to a 100,000 person staff shortage, as the waiting list soared to 4.5 million. And the thing is, right, when the government launched austerity, the logic, the thinking behind it was very simple. We've spent too much money, we need to cut back, and once we get our deficit under control, the economy will recover. The idea was that by cutting government spending, our debt would shrink. This would bring confidence into the British economy and businesses would come in and invest. And that all sounds very logical, right? Well, there was one gigantic problem.
And very clearly the answer that emerges, you don't, in most episodes in which debt was significantly reduced, it is not through growth. It has involved painful restructurings in fiscal policy.
A lot of the justification that came for austerity came from a 2010 paper by Carmen Reinhart and Kenneth Rogoff. These were two Harvard economists. They did this study and they came to the conclusion that when a country's debt to GDP ratio exceeds 90%, economic growth slows drastically. High debt equals low growth. This paper was fucking cited everywhere. This was like the fucking Bible of austerity. However, there was one very small problem, and that was that a few years later, in 2013, a group of researchers fact-checked this paper and discovered that they had made an error in the Excel spreadsheet.
America's most prominent economists are talking about an embarrassing mistake with big implications. The mistake was hidden inside the calculations of some enormously influential research that recommended painful austerity measures to help weak economies recover.
In 2013, I wrote a paper critiquing the Reinhart-Rogoff study that found that high levels of debt cause slow growth, and that when the debt-to-GDP ratio passed beyond 90%, that essentially we were in the danger zone where the chance of slow growth really increased. I found a series of 3 problems with their analysis.
The fucking maths was wrong. The maths that was used to justify massive spending cuts, slashes to public services, freezing of wages, gutting welfare, all happened because of a fucking spreadsheet mistake. What they did was they miscalculated. It would be funny if this wasn't so tragic. What they did was they miscalculated GDP growth for high debt countries. When the data was corrected, this supposed high debt growth collapse thing didn't actually exist. The paper said that countries with 90% debt ratios see their economies shrink by 0.1%. Instead, it should have found that they grow by 2.2%, less than that of lower debt ratios, but not a spiraling collapse. Countries with high debt can still grow. There was no fucking magic 90% growth collapse thing. So the entire theory of austerity was built on incorrect maths. But by the time that was revealed, it was too late. The damage had been done and the dogma had been set in.
I'm the Chancellor, dealing with the problems I inherited from the last government, but confronting those problems.
Gemma, my sweetie, self-care is good care. You go and relax. What's the time in Radelaide? And what are we on? 4 o'clock here. Was it about the afternoon for you? I think if I've got that right. You go and look after yourself. Oh yeah, I completely understand that. That's why this is another factor of my streams. It's lunchtime. If you need to go and get sustenance and get yourself a hot dog or a burger or some noodles or something, then just go and sit and relax or go for a nap. Cool. I was wanting to ask you if you want to join me and you can lead the way and you can educate people about anarchism. I would really love that. I can give you a link. You can join me on the Discord. I can bring up the voice call, or you can join me on Google Meet if you like. Whenever you can, whatever your schedule is, I am always here. But you go look after yourself. Excellent. Praise be. Based Australian Radical is in my Discord. Of course, you're always welcome. You go and take care of yourself. I am always here. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with alcohol like I am doing tonight. It'd be cider. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. And I will see you later. As always, Gemma, it's a pleasure. I would urge you to actually watch, just go and find one on Jimmy the Giant on YouTube. He really is quite good. I love his videos, and he's always very eloquent. He can speak, like me, and be very eloquent and accommodating until someone fucking pisses me off. You go and look after yourself, and I'll talk to you later, my darling. Bye, Gemma.
Problems head on, and everything I do is to get the British economy moving forward, creating.
Now, Gideon, you are talking absolute fucking bollocks. You were here to punish people like me. I went through it. I despise the coalition government and the government after 2015. As far as I'm concerned, you're all fucking demons. You need to be destroyed politically, not literally. Just go and fuck up. Well, you have now fucked off. Excellent. But the ruin that you have brought on my country is still prevalent. Delightful. I seriously want to change what you have done to this country because we are all fucking suffering and now we've got fucking Mudfrog waiting in the wings. Mm. You are correct, Gemma. You are correct. I take things from the UK perspective first, then the global community second. I might need to switch that up. Don't get me wrong, because I live in the UK, I live here in Glasgow and things like that, and promoting and wanting the best for my local community and my country at large. I want to spread the good news and how to actually get rid of neoliberalism. Don't get me wrong, it fucking sucks. Bleh. I'm sure Jimmy would understand with me, and we can promote a better way of doing things. Now, can we reach our politicians? Fight them at the ballot box and all that sort of stuff. Don't get me wrong, fighting at the ballot box kind of shows our intentions to a certain extent, but community organising, outreach to the wider community, so people like me can talk. You're correct. Personally, I don't have a pitchfork. I have a crossbow. I have a mallet. And I have my super hubby. You might disagree with me on certain aspects of politics. He will defend me to the last. He'll mend anyone that goes up against super hubby. He will end you. I'm pretty sure of it. You'll never see him. You might see aspects or parts of him when I call him over for a hug. You might hear him. You've heard him earlier on today.
Jobs and overcoming those deep-seated problems built up over many years.
So the government cut all this public spending, expecting that the private sector would step in and grow the economy. But instead of that happening, here's what really happened. Cutting public sector jobs and welfare benefits meant that fewer people had money to spend in the economy. If you consider that 17.3% of our workforce work in the public sector, then those cuts have a massive effect on a lot of people. So when people have less extra money to spend every month, they stop buying things. If they were planning to renovate the house, then they're not going to do that. If they used to eat out in restaurants every other week and now they don't have the money to do that, they stopped spending on luxuries. This led to a fall in demand for businesses. And so businesses invested less because, well, no one's spending. So what's the point of putting more money in if they're not going to spend it? And this led to Britain's economic growth slowing down. So the central banks, right, they're seeing that the economy is stalling and they decide to slash interest rates to near zero. This means that if big businesses want to borrow lots of money, they can do so basically for free. The logic here being, if money is free to borrow, then these rich people will borrow it and invest it into growing their business. And like, yeah, people, they borrowed the money, but they just didn't spend it in the way that the policymakers thought they were going to. Instead of investing in new industries, new factories, new
They already fucking knew that. They were giving a bung. They were giving massive amounts of money to these elites, and they knew they weren't going to be fucking spending it. This is accurate, by the way, for a more eloquent rather than a ranty type one from this madwoman. Go to Helena. She's good, or Stats for Lefties, or Unlearning Economics, or even to Jimmy himself. I can't explain it that great. I can give you the consequences for myself, for myself, my husband, my family, the wider community. I can tell you how fucking pissed off we all are because we don't have enough money. We can't support. A lot of us can't support our households, which fucking sucks. Correct, Gemma. Correct. I will say again. Go and visit Story Girl. I'm right in saying she, her. If I've misgendered you, please say, and I'll stop myself. Hello, everyone. I'm Katie. I'm she, her. I'm as basic as they come. Well, maybe not that basic. I am intelligent after a fashion, I guess.
New jobs. Wealthy individuals, investment firms, and banks use this free money to buy up existing assets. Housing and real estate became one of the main targets. Firms like Blackstone bought up entire neighborhoods, whilst the banks who controlled the mortgage market, banks in which ultra wealthy people were invested in, were profiting from the interest payments that ordinary people were paying on their mortgages. And so as more houses were becoming investment opportunities, like how when more people buy into Bitcoin, the prices go up. This meant for the ordinary people that were getting poorer, more and more people were being pushed into renting, and because the property values started to go up, it meant that their rent prices went up. All of this increasing the demand for housing. All whilst cuts to social housing meant that the governments weren't building more social houses. And in the same time, we'd see stock prices soaring, because instead of funding risky innovations or new companies and new investments, it was a much safer bet for firms to basically buy up stocks of things that already existed, just dumping their money into the stock market. As well, corporations were doing a thing called stock buybacks, where they would buy up their own stock to reduce the supply of the stocks, artificially inflating the price and making their CEOs much richer, but doing very little to actually grow the economy. So what I'm getting at is that instead of like all this money leading to people creating new businesses, new cool ideas and stuff like that, because people didn't have money to spend, firms would mostly borrow very cheap money to buy up existing businesses. They would take them and then cut costs, squeeze every penny they could out them, and it would lead to many of these once successful businesses collapsing. We can see this very evidently with Philip Green and the way he asset stripped like the entire British high street, taking a shitload of money and bankrupting them.
It's been confirmed that more than 13,000 jobs are at risk at the retail empire Arcadia, which includes Topshop, Burton and Dorothy Perkins, which has gone into administration this evening.
And like, whilst this is all happening, right, meanwhile, we're also seeing what was left of our public services.
I'll be back. Give me a minute to come out. Rejoice, I'll be back.
Being just absolutely destroyed, as the government were relying on these private companies more and more to manage their public services. In a hope to try and cut costs, they were just selling off public services to private companies, and we were doing this for everything, from NHS contracts, to benefit assessments, to private prisons, and even our refugee system is privatized. And these companies don't improve these services, they just cut them, squeeze them for profits. And like, even when it comes to building affordable houses, which the government should have been doing, instead of putting money into building the new social houses that we would have control over, the government instead thought it'd be smarter to just give people housing benefits, which they then go and spend on a private landlord who takes that money. What I'm trying to get out with all this stuff is that this wasn't like sustainable, real economic growth. This was wealth extraction from the ordinary people and the state into the hands of the ultra wealthy. And so our whole economy, everything, our public services, everything just got shitter and shitter, but more expensive. The economy was not growing. It was just being squeezed for every last penny it had. You know what is the biggest irony of all this, right? The Doge department, or austerity, it didn't even fucking work. It didn't save us any money. After a decade of cuts, what do you think we got? Did we lower the deficit? No. Did we get a stronger economy? Obviously not. Did we lower the debt? Not even fucking close, man. Our debt doubled. In 2010, the UK government debt stood at 1 trillion. After a decade of cuts and belt tightening, by 2020, our debt hit 2.1 trillion. We cut everything, we made millions suffer, and we still ended up in deeper debt than before. So you might be wondering, how the fuck does that happen? How? Ultimately, it's a very simple answer, and that is that cutting money shrunk our economy. When people had less money to spend, businesses had less demand and there was less growth. And as we cut all of these public services and they got worse and worse, it forces the government to have to spend more money. It's like one of those fucking squeezy toys that, you know, you squeeze the belly and the head inflates. When you cut funding to public services, you just push the cost to another area. When you cut social care, you will have a ripple effect on public health. It's completely linked, right? More people in poverty, the worse their health. And when people are in worse health, they have to use the NHS more. And if their health gets so bad, you will force more people to have to take disability benefits because their health might stop them from working. If you cut policing and building enough prisons, etc., this leads to rising crime. When you have rising crime, you have more prisoners and you have to pay more money to house those prisoners in the prison. When you cut funding to local councils, that means that the infrastructure, the schools, the roads, they get shitter and shitter, and one day you need to repair that infrastructure, those buildings, the potholes in the roads. And it becomes more and more expensive to fix the longer you leave it. And it also just has other effects that you don't even think about. Like, because of the central government stopping giving so much money to the local councils, that council still has to find that money to afford things like, I don't know, taking out the bins and stuff like that, cutting the grass, cleaning the town centre. And they have to find that money somewhere. So in turn, what a lot of them did was jack up business rates for businesses that operate in that town. And so if I want to go set up a little coffee shop or something like that, it's now more expensive for me. Harder for me to make profit, harder for me to employ people. Also, the local councils would jack up things like fines, parking tickets. All of this just results in like a decaying high street that we see around so many parts of the UK. And just with all the fines and the penalties, etc., just creates this feeling of like, I don't know, like the fucking country is just permanently out to get you. So I think you're starting to see why it causes low growth, right? And low growth means low wage growth, which again means more people have to go on benefits. 38% of benefit claimants in this country are in work. Our Doge department didn't save us any money. As our GDP growth stalled, so too did our tax revenues, which meant, ironically, that Britain had to borrow more money. We needed more debt just to keep the ship afloat. But, you know, that's in the past, right? Thank God, you know, it's so long ago. We finally got through it, right? You know, it'd be a real shame if some massive crisis was about... Oh, shit.
The first death from coronavirus here in the United States.
The World Health Organization has officially called it COVID-19.
I urge you, at this moment of national emergency, to stay at home, protect our NHS, and save lives.
COVID was really the fucking straw that broke the camel's back for Britain. It hit at exactly the wrong time. Like, by 2020, most of the other governments around the world realized that austerity doesn't work, and many of them had started to reinvest into public spending and like investment into infrastructure, etc. But here in Britain, we thought nah, fuck that. We don't need it. We just need to hold on a little bit longer. 14 years of Conservatives in charge meant that austerity never actually truly ended. We just kept rebranding it. Every few years, it would get a new little label, fresh coat of paint, and then send them back out. So when COVID hit, our economy was already fucking weak, and we just weren't ready to deal with a pandemic. And then we got hit with that double whammy when Russia invaded Ukraine. Energy prices skyrocketed, inflation spiraled out of control, living costs exploded, while wages, somehow that one didn't rise. That just remained stagnant. And all in all, it was just too much for Britain to handle. Right now, in this country, we have 30% of our children in poverty. Many, many more people are needing to use food banks, and 1 in 5 of them are in work. And because people have no disposable income, new businesses are struggling. And it's left Britain trapped in this kind of like, this doom loop. Now, like, it might sound to you like it's really fucking obvious how we fix this mess. The UK desperately needs to start investing in its infrastructure and spend more. We need to fund things properly so that we can make an economy that one day will be productive again. However, investment takes time, right? It could be 5, 10 years before you see real good signs of growth. And because our politicians are absolutely useless, completely self-interested, and literally do not give a single shit about you, we're in this like political stalemate where no one can just say what needs to be said. Labour will sit there and say, look how bad our public services have got after 14 years of cuts. The Conservatives and Reform will tell us that, oh no, it's not the cuts, it's because of government bureaucracy. And the worst part is that they're both kind of correct. Britain doesn't really have big government or free markets, really. Our private railways still need massive government assistance to keep them alive, and they're barely alive because they're in massive debt. Our publicly funded NHS relies on private contractors who just leech money out of it. Our public services were gutted by austerity but are expected to operate like a really well-functioning business. Because of the cuts, we don't have efficient public services, nor do we have a very dynamic private sector. We just have what you could call corporate welfare, whereby our government bureaucrats just funnels our money into the hands of private companies while blaming itself for its own failure. And every single fucking time our system has collapsed under its own contradictions, the ultra wealthy always seem to have this one exact same argument, this one reason why it keeps happening. You know what the problem is? Too much government. We need to be more efficient. We need to think like a business. We need to make more cuts. Or as Elon Musk and Donald Trump say with their Doge department, we must get rid of waste, fraud and abuse. If we want to cut waste, we can start with the billions of taxpayer money that's handed over to Serco, Capita and Atos, who we pay to deliver our public service. If we want to cut fraud, why did Rishi Sunak write off £4 billion worth of COVID fraud? If we want to cut abuse, what about, like, I don't know, maybe the energy companies who are making record profits while people can't afford to heat their own homes? This right here, this whole repetitive narrative, this is the big scam. It's the same trick they do every time. They cut funding to public services, and when those public services go to shit because they don't have enough money, they use this as evidence that the government can't do anything. The government does everything wrong, whilst very quietly they sell off the scraps to their
Jimmy, I love you desperately. My God, is it possible? Jimmy the Giant, me, Madcat79 Scotty Eye, or Casey Marshall 4340 on YouTube. I would love to talk to you. If you ever find this or see this, I'm here. I'm a Scottish Marxist and an eco-socialist. I would love to talk to you. Especially in the run-up to the local elections and our own Holyrood and Senate elections next year in May. I think that might be quite fun.
private billionaire friends. And every single time in history where their ideology has failed, they never learn from it. They never abandoned it. They just rebrand it every single time. In the 1980s, Margaret Thatcher and Reagan were telling us that the free markets will save us. In the 1990s, Clinton and Blair, they were talking about the third way, that free markets are your friend. In the 2010s, Cameron and Osborne, they were telling us that we need to fix the roof whilst the sun's shining. And in the 2020s, you have Elon Musk and the Reform Party talking about government efficiency, cut the waste. Tech billionaires will save us all. But what we need to realize is every single fucking time, it's the same exact scam. The same con again and again. Every decade or so, they come along and shrink the state, all while funneling money upwards to the wealthiest. And when it all implodes, they just blame government spending once again.
By forming Citizens Against Government Waste, a private group with a very public agenda. And Peter, I want you and the Citizens Against Government Waste to hold the beacon high and guide us along the way.
I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government efficiency commission.
Nice.
And that's where we're at right now, right? This is the verge of another rebrand. America have got Doge, and the Reform Party here wants to bring that in. The Tories will always do more cuts, and because Labour have no fucking backbone, they will just do a watered down version of what everyone else does. So it leaves us at a crossroads, right? Do we keep playing the same repetitive game, selling off every single thing that isn't nailed to the fucking ground, and sit back, watch our economy get weaker and weaker as more people fall into poverty? Or do we finally break that cycle? Because if we don't, we all know what will happen. We'll be stood here 10 years time, another geezer with some ridiculous outfit, promising us all that this time, if we just do a few more cuts, make it a little bit more efficient, finally, all of us will be rich together. I promise.
The overall government has to be smaller.
Okay.
You can't. Whoever's
so what do you want to cut in the government?
If you, yeah, well, I mean, you'd have to.
Child services.
We'd have to. No.
Police.
No. Well,
education.
No,
NHS.
All I know is this.
Pensions.
You go to Switzerland, they spend
welfare for single mothers.
25%.
Disabled benefits. What do you want to cut?
Hold up. All I know is in Switzerland.
I'll tell you what I want to do.
The government is 25%.
I want to cut the taxes on those entrepreneurs and raise the taxes on the billionaires.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed that video, jump on my Patreon. You can support the channel. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. Oh my God, I was tired.
Thank you, Jimmy. Much love. Who is here? What are you in the mood for? I can go a little bit longer. Super Harbour usually gets up between 5:30 and 6, so I've got the best part of an hour. Feel free to say. Oh God, I do love it. Fuck it. Okay.
When I was younger, like most teenagers who were into fantasy and history, I was also into medieval history, because it had knights and swords and all that cool stuff. I read the Jan Guillou On series as a kid, and later in life read James Clavell's Shogun. In my teenage years, I played Shogun 2 Total War and Crusader Kings 2. I'm sure this kind of thing tracks for many of you as well. In terms of actually learning about this stuff, I didn't really have much of an idea where to start. Enter youtube.com. The early algorithm and my more sword and HEMA obsessed friends very quickly started serving me videos from seemingly knowledgeable individuals talking directly into a camera and occasionally showing off their swords. Then, as I began my undergraduate studies and started learning more not just about history but also about how history is written, I started getting bored with these videos, verging on actively disliking some of them. I started noticing that a lot of the channels often relied heavily on rationalization and logic, not on evidence or sources. This is a phenomenon that I observe with a lot of reenactment content on YouTube. They sometimes use primary source materials as a jumping off point, but from then on begin to rationalize how, quote, things worked back then based on their own personal experience. You might hear them say something like, if they did X, then Y would happen. That doesn't make much sense, so they probably did Z. It's all argumentation and deduction based on what they believe, their preconceived notions, and their experiences. This approach to history can very quickly become problematic for many different reasons, but with these YouTubers I think something unique starts to happen. When the so-called history that they teach doesn't have to be backed up or justified by its connection to the sources, and when their personal experience takes primacy, then they start to believe themselves to be far more knowledgeable and qualified than they actually are. They begin to quote-unquote reason themselves towards every answer. And for some reason, the end result of this development almost always looks like an hour-long video essay about why women don't belong at video games. The plan here is to revisit 3 channels that I watched something like a decade ago, those being Lindy Beige, Metatron, and Shadiversity, to see where they are now and try to figure out what's going on with them. When I'm not bogged down in research for one of these videos, you might think I'm doing something otherwise intellectually stimulating. You would be wrong. I'm watching British reality TV. The other day I was going to watch Come Dine With Me with my girlfriend. If you're not familiar, 4 people each take turns inviting the others to their home for a meal. They rate their experiences and whoever scores highest gets £1,000 cash. The kicker is that the producers almost always make sure one of the 4 people is insane, and they have a colossal crash out by the end of the week. Come Dine With Me and other British reality shows are readily available on YouTube for people in Britain, but I'm in Norway. That's where Surfshark comes in. Thank you Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Surfshark provides a VPN service that allows you to access region-locked content all over the internet by connecting through one of their 3,200 different servers in over 100 different locations. If I want to watch Come Dine With Me, I'll connect through a British VPN server, and then the service thinks my traffic is coming from the United Kingdom instead of Norway. Same applies for any streaming platform of your choice like Netflix, Disney+, HBO Max, and so on. Surfshark also lets you access region-blocked games on online storefronts. For example, I didn't know that The Sims is banned in Uzbekistan as a quote potential threat to social and political stability. Surfshark can be used on an unlimited number of devices and is available on mobile and desktop. If you're interested in a VPN, go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA, that's my name in all capital letters, at checkout in order to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. And if you just want to try the service, Surfshark has a 30-day money-back guarantee. So go to surfshark.com/Freda or use code FREDA at checkout for 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Let's get back to the medievalists. First up, Metatron. Luckily, he has provided us with a perfect Rorschach test to figure out his politics and understanding of history.
Was Nazism left-wing or right-wing?
Right-wing.
This question is a form of ahistorical syllogism. In my opinion, there are 2 major problems here. One, they use the American left-right dichotomy or political spectrum and they forcefully apply it to historical European political regimes and ideologies. 2, they use 21st century political spectra and juxtapose them over 20th century politics.
The core of his issue in regards to this is a phenomenon called presentism, though he doesn't use that word because it's a word an actual historian would use. Instead, he calls it an ahistorical syllogism. Presentism is a complicated subject and there's varying definitions and ways to use the term. But one use of the term is to describe the way in which the present exerts pressure on the historian's construction of the past. You are continually being shaped and reshaped by what you experience and by the society around you. This can push and pull you towards interests, approaches, and methods which can influence or shape the ways in which you approach history. The sources, the so-called facts that you observe are all the same, but the angle that you approach them at, the facts you decide that are relevant to the history and the ones that aren't, are all things influenced by who you are. The issue about this complaint about history that wants to put the historian outside of the historian's context is that it essentially wishes for a history without the historian. You're asking for an analysis of history that stands apart not just from the historian, but also from the time in which the analysis is being conducted. A history that exists as an objective and true story to be simply uncovered, untainted by interpretation. This is impossible to accomplish. History has to fit into modern understandings of the world, and this, alongside many other things, of course, might be a point where me and Metatron fundamentally disagree. But I don't actually think so, and I'll explain why later on. To close off this point about history being a conduit between the past and the present, let me quote American historian Ha-Seok Chang. Quote, "Even though history is about the past, history writing is for those who are living in the present. Even if you could climb into Aristotle's head, as Kuhn was fond of recommending, how would you know how to navigate inside it? And if you somehow really succeed in thinking and talking just like Aristotle and his contemporaries, how would you come back and tell the rest of us what you've learned? If you could truly attain this ideal of historiography, you would be Aristotle, and we would need other historians to decipher for the rest of us what you're saying. The completely faithful history, if one could achieve it, might just be the past itself. Like Borges's perfect map that is just the terrain itself and therefore completely useless." He proposes the following slogan, quote, "Like funerals, history writing is for the living." The analogy to the map is a really good one. Imagine a perfect recreation of the past. Everyone would be left to sift through all the data points themselves and to draw their own conclusions. We would have all the information available to us and we would know and understand none of it.
Expecting therefore 21st century American
We don't have all the information, by the way. I speak as an amateur historian, not a learned historian like Freda, or to a certain extent like Metatron or Shadiversity. As I say, I read history, I look up on it, I digest it. I bring it into my own worldview. My view might not necessarily agree with yours. It is still valid, even though you disagree with it. I like the debate. I will stand my ground. And hopefully I will be eloquent and not too forceful or Scottish. Just saying.
Political ideas to overlap neatly and perfectly with 20th century European political factions in order to come out with an answer is a flawed analytical method.
Yes, trying to figure out if Hitler was a, quote, I'm with her guy or a member of the Republican Party in 2016 is silly. But luckily, that is not what historians and others are actually doing when they approach this topic.
What do we do now? Well, to answer this correctly, first, we need to ensure objectivity to our analysis.
These guys very often present themselves as, quote, rational skeptics who are just presenting the objective facts. I talked more about this method in my previous video, whereby it was used by a literal out-and-about Nazi. The general gist of it is to depoliticize history as a science, and to portray it as a series of crystallized, unchanging facts, which just so happen to correspond to the person's worldview. You assert things as, quote, just the facts and reason your way towards why these so-called facts you're presenting are true, without relying on much evidence produced by trained historians. You sidestep the actual debates and uncertainties of history in order to simplify the larger picture. The point is to cleverly avoid actually engaging with history and instead relying on debate and argumentation. I've talked about so-called objective history in past videos. I'll summarize by saying history is aspirationally objective, but practically cannot be objective because the fundamental nature of the field necessitates all sorts of selection and interpretation that cannot be fully divorced from subjectivities. Here's a quote by E. H. Carr from his book What is History? Quote, the facts of history cannot be purely objective, since they become facts of history only in virtue of the significance attached to them by the historian. Objectivity in history, if we are still to use that conventional term, cannot be objectivity of facts, but only of relation, of the relation between the fact and interpretation, between past, present, and future.
Focus on attitudes towards private property, individual freedom, and wealth redistribution patterns. If needed, even implementing a mathematical apparatus.
What does he even mean by this?
Also, we should explore and take into consideration the political allegiances that occurred historically and the sort of opposition to the regime in question, the Nazis. So let's do that.
Now, he says we're going to evaluate whether these regimes lean left or right based on those criteria, but first he constructs a new category called totalitarian dictatorship.
What defines totalitarianism? Centralized authority, strength in the military, militarism with resources directed to domestic population, authoritarianism and dictatorial rule, repression of freedom of speech and freedom of the press, systematic elimination of political opposition by violence, expansionistic foreign policies, and conquest through military might. Already note that all three historical totalitarian regimes of the 20th century fit very neatly within this box.
Going back to his definition of totalitarian dictatorship, it has numerous issues. Imagine a brutal and repressive dictatorship that for one reason or another is incapable of carrying out expansionist foreign policy. By his definition, this may not be a totalitarian dictatorship because it's not invading its neighbors. Now imagine a dictatorship that does carry out belligerent and hostile foreign policy and even invades countries, but doesn't actually annex these countries, instead leaving puppet regimes in their wake. Maybe on the other side of the planet even. They wouldn't fit the bill. The only really good criteria on this list that is practically useful in any sense is, quote, dictatorial rule. It stands to reason that for something to be a totalitarian dictatorship, if such a thing exists, it must of course be a dictatorship. Beyond that, the definition is so broad as to encompass virtually every nation on Earth. Most states engage in aspects of these things to varying degrees. The degree to which you believe any of these specific points apply to any specific nation is completely down to your personal understanding of these terms and the nations. You personally have to make an assessment of how strongly you feel that a nation has enough of these things to qualify. This isn't the kind of objective measure he portrays it as. To demonstrate my point, he says he'll prove that these three nations fit the bill, and to do so he literally just goes down the list and makes an assessment and says that they do. He does a little, quote, thought exercise to prove that 1940s Germany didn't have freedom of speech.
And are we sure? Well, let me prove it to you. Let's do a little thought exercise. You are in 1940s Germany. You disagree with Adolf Hitler's opinions, so you go to Berlin and in front of the whatever government building that they have there, you say, Hitler was an idiot. Yeah. Do you think you're going to survive that?
This isn't how you work with history. You don't think your way towards an answer, you find evidence to back up your claim. His argument here is 100% reliant on your personal understanding of Nazi Germany, not related to any evidence whatsoever. His argument is compelling because you understand Nazi Germany to be oppressive, and you're right. But he's not actually teaching you anything. He's saying, you believe this, therefore my point stands. This isn't history. He's pandering to you, and even though what he just said was correct, it is still pandering.
So what this tells us is that these are not necessarily unique features of the right or the left, but they manifest as common ground on the extremes of said spectrum. It's the horseshoe effect. Extremes touch, even if, ideologically, when compared with communism, fascism is indeed right-wing.
Horseshoe theory is complete bunk. It relies on surface-level similarities between certain right and left-wing regimes in history. I don't think historians put much stock in the idea, instead opting for a more nuanced and holistic analysis that doesn't entirely sideline the ideological differences between these regimes. What Metatron is actually observing isn't the similarities between right and left-wing extremes, but the similarities between two different regimes wielding state power. The reason I think that the horseshoe theory is compelling is that both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were ideologically opposed to democratic liberalism, which means that those regimes in many ways were both quite different from the ones most of us live under today. The difference from us, is something they both share, even if at a closer look the regimes really aren't that similar. A comprehensive breakdown of the differences between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union is beyond the scope of this video, so I'll move on for now.
Now, in Europe, conventionally, Nazism is generally considered to be a far-right ideology, and communism, which is, of course, a left-wing extreme ideology. But once you start to look at this from the American political perspective, then the situation becomes muddy, if you will, necessitating a more nuanced, item-by-item approach.
If you recall, early in this video he said that one problem with this is that Americans are trying to apply their 21st century understanding of politics onto a 20th century European political movement. And now he's saying that because there are differences between Nazi Germany and the positions of American Republican voters, the situation is muddy and Nazi Germany isn't entirely right-wing. Why are you looking at it, quote, from the American political perspective? Surely there must be better criteria than the political understanding of the median American voter. Full offense intended to the median American voter.
You see, the Nazis, for example, had nationalized healthcare. Government was deeply involved in every aspect of industry, so we're talking about big government. The Nazis were not in favor of free market capitalists. And yes, I'll defend this one in the next section. And all of this sounds left of center to an American. So, it is mixed.
All of this is, of course,
It is mixed, but fucking hell, Metatron, it can be maybe aye, maybe no, it kind of split, but it's more maybe aye, that they are literally doing this to us to enrich themselves. Not that you'd fucking recognise it, of course. I can't believe I used to be a part of this community, fucking hell.
said with zero citations.
On the following section, I'm going to present the characteristics of the regime, and then you decide where it leans the most towards.
As so often happens, these guys pretend they're just presenting the facts, and then they pretend to outsource that analysis to you. A historian's job is to provide analysis, not to say, you decide what happened, smiley face. They're being lazy, dishonest, and cowardly, and they hide behind this veneer of objectivity to push impressionable people who are unfamiliar with the topic towards specific conclusions. In the following section, he doesn't cite anything at all, and for some reason brings up whether or not the Nazis had, quote, identity politics.
A central idea of communist ideology was opposition to private ownership of the means of production, which blended with economic intervention within the private and public sectors.
What do you mean a central tenet of communist ideology is economic interventionism in the private sector? A central tenet of communist ideology is the opposition to the existence of the private sector. What is economic interventionism in the public sector? That's already owned by the state. That's the public sector.
Now, to that, Nazism was different up to a certain extent. Let me clarify. Their overall economic approach favored big business and opposed labor unions, which of course doesn't make it sound socialist by any means.
All of what he just said is correct. See Adam Tooze's Wages of Destruction or my past video, Capitalism in Nazi Germany, if you want more info.
Friedrich Pollock says, open quote, I agree that the legal institution of private ownership was maintained and that many attributes characteristic for National Socialism begin to manifest themselves, albeit still vaguely in non-totalitarian countries. But does this mean that the function of private ownership did not change? I believe it reaches far more deeply and should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership.
He quotes Friedrich Pollock as to why Nazi Germany's private ownership was functionally destroyed, and I'm pretty certain he got this quote from the Mises Institute, which is also where Tick History, who I covered in the past, got a lot of his stuff from. The Mises Institute is a right-wing libertarian think tank. Metatron, of course, doesn't cite this quote properly, and in this instance that is more important than you might think. For one, he actually misquotes Pollock, and leaves out the ending of the sentence. When you want to cut off parts of a quote that aren't relevant, you should indicate that you have done so. He does not. The full quote reads, should be described as the destruction of all the essential traits of private ownership, saving one exception. Pollock's argument isn't that capitalism is gone, it's that capitalism's management has been transferred into the hands of the state, while keeping the actual ownership and profits in private hands. He calls it, quote, divorce between ownership and control. It's conceptualized as state capitalism. I don't fully agree with that, but that's what Pollock believes, and it isn't quite what Metatron represents his beliefs as. This isn't the most important thing that Metatron leaves out, though. The most important part is that this was written in 1941, long before any serious historical appraisals of Nazi Germany had been undertaken, by the simple virtue of the fact that the Nazi period wasn't over yet. Even the economist writing here, not as a historian but as an economist, cannot hope to have all the information and data necessary available to him. What follows is an argument that Hitler would allow private ownership and management of business so long as the businesses complied with the needs of the state. And in Metatron's view, this isn't really private ownership or capitalism. He calls this
socialism disguised as capitalism.
This is central to his argument that Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union were cut from the same cloth. He says that Nazi Germany looks like capitalism, but is actually socialism. What follows is a very funny section that might seem familiar to some that have watched my old videos on What of Old Hist. These guys all use the same talking points.
Alright, now I would like to dedicate a small section to race. With that being said, let's also remember that if you think that racism denotes right-wing position, then you would classify Karl Marx as a right-winger. And the reason I say that is because if you actually read the article he published in 1844 called On the Jewish Question, you would absolutely consider to be racist.
He claims to have read On the Jewish Question, but probably hasn't, or if he did, he didn't really understand it. It was written in response to Bruno Bauer's The Jewish Question, hence the title On the Jewish Question. Bruno Bauer's text is very anti-Semitic, and Karl Marx is arguing against Bruno Bauer's anti-Semitic arguments. Karl Marx himself was born to a Jewish family. To modern ears, much of the language employed by Marx and even the title understandably sounds shocking, but that's because we're viewing it outside of its historical context. That being said, there are examples of Karl Marx being overtly racist in letters, particularly towards Lassalle, which Metatron could have highlighted. Karl Marx undoubtedly harbored certain anti-Semitic and other racist beliefs, but bringing up this particular text is a very lazy and widespread right-wing talking point that isn't really convincing. I would argue that Karl Marx was perhaps less racist than the average German man in the 1800s, but that this also isn't saying much because German men in the 1800s were very racist. I won't belabor this point because the point Metatron is trying to make is silly. Racism is not an inherently right-wing position, and nobody sensible would argue as such. Anyone can be racist. I believe he's saying this defensively, because he himself knows that racism is more prevalent on the right. In fact, much of this video can be viewed as defensive, particularly the last portion in which he gets very hung up on whether or not Hitler is a Christian, which I don't think is very relevant. In the conclusion to this video, Metatron invites you to do a political compass test and try to imagine what Hitler's answers to each question would be, and then see where you end up. Once again, relying on your preconceived notions of who Hitler was, instead of actually educating.
Therefore, Nazism should not be judged by whatever words Hitler crafted, and it should not be considered neither left nor right-wing, at least in the political sense.
Really?
The only thing in which Hitler believed was accumulating personal power, and we have a name for that: totalitarianism. Thank you for watching.
To conclude, I'd like to read a couple of quotes from Roderick Stackelberg, an expert on Nazi Germany. The conventional image of Nazi Germany as a totalitarian monolith in which every aspect of life was totally controlled from the top is misleading in several respects. For one thing, it implies that Nazi rule was maintained solely by coercion rather than, as was more generally the case, by popular consensus. The three dots indicate that I'm skipping later to the text here. It should be remembered that much that took place in Nazi Germany was not distinctively Nazi. Most importantly, perhaps, the monolith model fails to take into account the persistence of conflict and differences within and between government, party, and societal institutions, despite their hierarchical command structures. Quoting him again from the introduction. In my interpretation, Nazism is unambiguously a movement of the right, a conservative end of the spectrum. Stackelberg approaches some of the topics that Metatron brought up early in this video, like Americans getting confused about how to interpret Nazism from their perspective, totalitarianism theory, and on similarities between extreme movements and so on. I would recommend reading this book over watching Metatron's video if you would like to understand Nazi Germany. I think Metatron isn't a very big fan of Hitler, and is understandably also not a fan of his politics and his views being associated with Hitler, which is why he wants as much distance as possible from him and his movement. Of course, no reasonable person is going to look at the Nazis and think that they were left-wingers. Not even Metatron thinks that. So his only recourse is to say nothing and pretend like it's nuance. I remember Metatron as a channel that did talks on history topics, but now it seems to largely be low-effort React content. And I mean lower effort than mine. I at least write a script. And also it seems much of it panders towards right-wing young men who are frustrated about video games being too woke.
The usual politics in games and the culture war. In this case, the battleground is Oblivion Remaster. Man, Elder Scrolls 6, I really hope they don't put politics. I really hope they don't inject a lot of politics in these games. If it's a tiny little bit, it's not a big deal, I'll mod it out. And I'm just being honest with you. I'm not being hateful. I don't hate anyone. Live your life however you see fit.
He says if you're gay, if you use they-them pronouns, if you've got blue hair, then more power to you, so long as you live your life somewhere where he doesn't have to see you.
Final Fantasy Tactics is one of my favorite games ever. That game is so political that it's insane, but it's not divisive. But it's also the idea of using the video game as a medium to inject your positions. That's when I'm starting to have a problem, because it feels like I'm being manipulated.
He's scared because the things he's seeing are different to what he's used to. He's not taking any sort of principled stance against people, quote, injecting their politics into games, because then he very much would not like Final Fantasy Tactics. Let me read what the original script, scenario writer and editor's thoughts were on the politics of the game, published on June 5th with the announcement of the game's remaster. Quoting Yasumi Matsuno. Nearly 30 years ago, the collapse of Japan's bubble economy engulfed the nation's financial institutions in mountains of bad debt, triggering a wave of corporate bankruptcies, a sudden and extreme rise in unemployment rates, and stagnation of Japanese society as a whole. It was an era when many were robbed of hope, when dreams were measured by their price tag. Against this historical backdrop, I crafted a story. It was the story of Ramza, a young man who fought tirelessly against the entrenched social class system. It was the story of Delita, who sought to take advantage of this confusion and despair to advance his own social position. It was a story of a peculiar destiny in which friendship and betrayal intertwine. And now in 2025, a time when inequality and division are still deeply rooted in our society, I offer this story once again. The will to resist is in your hands.
What are you trying to inject in my head?
Let's move on from Metatron.
Global warming or whatever eco-disaster thing you want to sell.
Now, I've challenged many politically correct people. There were so many fifth columnists and communists and the like dissenters.
This much loved and admired design of tank that the Russians built in World War II. And I just want to show you how bad it was in so many ways.
I still remember one video that stuck with younger me quite a bit. I think it was around 2012 or so when I started playing D&D. I saw a video of his where he reasoned that adventurers spelunking through dungeons and caves probably wouldn't carry their torch in front of them, because the bright light would interfere with your eye's ability to adjust to the darkness. Instead, you'd carry the torch to your side and behind you, so you can see what's ahead while carrying some light with you. And I thought, wow, he's smart. So I mostly watched for that kind of content, medieval fantasy and role-playing type stuff. Like the rest though, I started to notice things as I started learning more about how one works with history. Lindebeige is a reasonably old man, I think, though he's aged quite well, probably by virtue of being an avid dancer and not having his brain broken by the 2010s. Out of my selection here, he's probably the most normal one of the group. Many of the things he says and believes are kind of indistinguishable from what that one slightly racist old guy at the pub might say after pint number 5. He complains about largely non-issues in a curmudgeonly way like Metatron does, but his issues are that someone at his dance rehearsal didn't like his gendered language, not that Nexus Mods is censoring his favorite anti-woke mod. It feels just as trivial of a topic to make a video about, but at least it's less terminally online. Lindebeige's history content is mostly sort of okay. It's entertainment. He mostly just talks about things he likes and finds cool. It's not super informative or well researched, but it's not terrible either. He's maybe going to say some weird things about women, non-binary people, climate change, the British Empire, or indigenous people, but if you look past that, then it's mostly okay, I think. Here's a video he did at the Bovington Tank Museum about the Soviet T-34 tank from World War II. I chose this video because it's relatively recent, it's something I find interesting, and as you'll see, it fits the theme of my video.
But the Sherman was not actually the most common tank of World War II. No, that honour goes to the Russian T-34.
He refers to the tank as a, quote, Russian tank throughout the video, and whenever he refers to the Soviet Union at any point in time, he keeps referring to them as, quote, the Russians, with one exception.
The Russians were the Russians, and the Russian tanks. The Russians, big Russians, the Russians.
This might sound like a nitpick, but this was not a Russian tank. This was a Soviet tank. The tank was designed and manufactured in Kharkiv, Ukraine. To many, this stuff is understandably touchy after Russia invaded Ukraine. Kharkiv sits quite close to the Russian border, and its civilian population is frequently victimized by Russian drone and missile attacks. Even if it wasn't for Russia's war of aggression, consistently calling it Russian is just wrong. It was Soviet. Strangely enough, at one point he calls the Soviets the Russians, says the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, and that the T-34 was made in Ukraine, all in the span of about 30 seconds.
The crudeness of this tank is just funny. I mean, the crudeness of the casting here, it's just so lumpy and bumpy. The quality of the metal is not the greatest, and some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Now, I'm going to complain about how he keeps talking about how aspects of this tank are bad. But on several occasions, it seems like he understands their purpose and understands that the T-34, which he says could be...
Hello, Freda. Thank you. That is a restitch. That's where a shell hit the tank. They restitched it to reconnect it to this section here and keep it pretty much whole as in together things. That's why you can see it going down as it loses its trajectory.
Manufactured at a rate once every half an hour, is by that virtue better than the statistically equivalent German tank that took 6 months to produce. He oscillates between evaluating the tank as a whole as a seemingly good tank, and also calling every aspect of it trash. I'll get to why I think that is later on. I don't know much about metal quality or welding. I've never welded something in my life. I asked military history friends and an actual tanker about some of these things, but all that is anecdotal, unverifiable, and not very persuasive when making arguments about history. Does the lumpiness and bumpiness actually mean the tank's going to be less effective? Do the appearance of those welds mean that? What sort of actual effect does this have on the tank's ability to serve its purpose on the battlefield? Do any of these things actually matter? It's easy to look at things that look bad and reason that it must mean they are bad, but how are you actually judging the quality of anything you're looking at? He doesn't go into detail, he just says it's bad.
And some of the welds are hilariously bad.
Quoting from the first page of Chapter 1 of the Tanks of Operation Barbarossa, one of the most widespread mistakes is the tendency to look at tanks from former years from a contemporary standpoint and to evaluate them using modern criteria. Such an approach has its attractions. In the first place, it is simple, and secondly, it allows us to sense our superiority over the people of the past, who created and used those tanks, in which today we see so many imperfections and flaws. At the same time, often blaming of one or another detail of a tank for its shortcomings is in fact a result of the elementary misunderstanding of how, why, and for what purpose each detail was made part of it from the beginning. Whatever led to the welds looking so crude may be a deliberate design decision and actually be a bonus to how one should evaluate this tank. Quoting again, there is one more important category that influences the design of tanks, the level of modern technology. Not only at the abstract worldwide level, but in the manufacturing capabilities of each specific factory that planned to produce them. This also includes the number and qualifications of its workers, the presence and capabilities of its manufacturing equipment, its financial resources, the availability of time, raw materials and component parts, the possibility of cooperating with other factories, etc. In other words, an assessment may have been made that a satisfactory quality of weld was achievable at the planned production factories with the available skilled labor power, with available raw resources, and that a quote higher quality would not be worth an increase in labor power or a lowered rate of production. Now, there's actually a much more important factor to mention when it comes to the welds, that Lindebech unfortunately does not mention. The so-called prettier German tanks often utilized interlocking armor plates which had to be hand-welded by highly qualified electric welders. As Germany had no shortage of skilled labor or machine tools, production wasn't limited by this. Instead, it was limited by raw resources. Soviet tank production faced different challenges. The T-34's production utilized, quote, the foremost technological achievements of that time, which included automatic welding, as opposed to highly skilled and time-consuming manual welding. A good rule of thumb if you're ignorant about something from the past is to start from the assumption that they knew exactly what they were doing, not that you're smarter than them.
They thought to themselves, well, a tank's going to last maybe, what, 3 months in action, so why make it so well crafted that it'll last for 70 years? No, it's going to blow up in 3 months, so make it good enough to just about last 3 months, and then it'll have done its job. One way of looking at it is it's like a hand grenade. It's a disposable item that you use them up. Now,
is that so much different from any other tank? Yes, tanks were not designed to become museum pieces, yet here you are standing in front of one, and according to the very museum you're standing in, quote, after the war, T-34-85s continued in service around the world with over 40 nations for many decades. There are 3 T-34-85s at Bovington. I don't know which one he's referring to at any specific point because he never says, but all 3 have different histories. This could either be one that was used in the Korean War, one used by the Czechoslovakian army, or one built in Poland between 1951 and 1955. Only one of these 3 is confirmed to be wholly built in the Soviet Union. One's hull is confirmed to be built in the Soviet Union, and one was entirely built in Poland. These factors may all play a part in the way the tank appears.
So you can see it actually does overhang the front a little bit, and they just there's a bit of a bodged solution there with a extra bar of metal added on.
Bodged, meaning botched.
That was a design decision, by the way, Lindy. Sorry. Hello, Lindy Beach. Hi. I have access to someone who actually fixed tanks and who is interested in the history of tanks that our fair nation has produced, and lots of other Western nations, or the global north, if you wish, especially France, German, Swedish, or the other Scandinavian countries, and American tanks. That was a design decision, so we could go out and fight the fucking Fash. Okay? It done its job. It really was quite good. I'll give it that for what it was and what it achieved for us in the enlightened West. That tank done quite well. It did. Don't get me wrong. The Tiger and all the other German tanks, they were good. But getting them fixed, holy fuck. Don't make things too technical, I would say. Just my opinion.
Meaning make or repair something badly or clumsily, but he doesn't really go into why that little bit of metal is bad. Quoting once again from the same book, from the same first page of chapter 1. It should be noted that the success or failure of various models of tanks is determined to a great extent by their capability to be adapted in a timely manner to the constantly changing tactical demands throughout their service life. If an adaptation could be made by welding on a tiny bit of extra metal, that seems like a very cost-effective solution.
Look at the quality of the craftsmanship. Look at this just gap. They haven't welded it. There's a gap between the side plate and the back plate. And these bolt holes, you see, don't all have bolts in. But what the hell, that's enough to hold it on. Just shove it out the factory, it'll be fine.
On the topic of the lack of bolts and the missing weld, allow me to quote again, this time from chapter 9. The result of fasteners used to build the tanks noticeably decreased, and a large number of superfluous parts were discarded. For example, by the beginning of 1942, 5,641 parts of 1,265 items were removed from the tank's design, and by the end of that year, this figure reached 6,237 parts. In the process, the list of fasteners was reduced by 21%. According to a graph on the same page, the labor input between January 1942 and July 1945 was at one factory reduced by as much as 62.4%. Granted, that factory had required a much higher initial labor input than others. At the seemingly more efficient Kharkiv plant, the reduction in the same period was 39.5%. These weren't just cost-cutting measures to make things cheaper, these were measures taken to adapt to the realities of the war, to maintain rate of production in the face of, quote, colossal human material and manufacturing resources left behind in occupied territories, the mass evacuation of industry, the loss of economic ties, and the overloading of the transport system with military shipments and the interruptions in deliveries of components, parts, and materials in connection with this.
And even today, it's so lovingly looked after by the people here at the Tank Museum at Bovington. You see it's dripping oil onto the deck, black. I've seen almost no oil dripping onto the ground from many tanks, but this one does.
He spots an oil spill, and that could have been formed for any number of reasons. I asked my tanker friend, who told me, quote, if it's a class 3 where a puddle is formed, that means it's deadlined, but not like a, oh, you can't use it. More of a, oh, regular maintenance needs to happen soonish. He also told me any military vehicle like this will face maintenance challenges like this under the stress of use. Even so, this speaks to a larger problem with how Lindybeige approaches history. He saw that puddle and reasoned his way towards what actually was going on instead of figuring it out. He believes the T-34 is a shoddy piece of craftsmanship and spots a small oil puddle and uses it to confirm his preconceptions, instead of asking, what caused that? He reasons that since he hasn't seen any oil puddle near any of the other tanks, this must mean this is an issue with the T-34. Then he moves on without considering what could have caused it. I'm not one to get involved in these weird discussions about what equipment was best or anything of the sort. I also have no special attachment to the T-34. Granted, it is the first and I believe the only tank that I've seen with my own eyes, so in a way that makes it special to me, but it's also just a tool of war. Lindybeige oscillates between calling every aspect of the T-34's craftsmanship rubbish, and evaluating the tank as a whole as a tank that does its job. When he talks about how the tank sucks in various ways, he's looking at it not as a historian but as a fan of tanks. He's looking at it from a very subjective aesthetic perspective. He thinks elements of it looks ugly, so he critiques that. He thinks it's poorly constructed, so he critiques that. He sees improvised adaptations and doesn't like that. He makes reference to how British tanks do things better, because he thinks those are cooler and more practical. Those familiar with him know he's a bit of a British nationalist. But then he steps into the historian role and says that the T-34 is statistically just as good as the Panther, but the T-34 took 30 minutes to make, and the Panther took 6 months, which obviously would make the T-34 better. And then he goes back to talking as if the T-34 is something bought off of Temu. My problem is that he doesn't make it clear when he's speaking as a fan and when he's speaking as a historian. He could have just said, personally I think this looks ugly, or he could have said, you might think the lack of welds and bolts here looks bad, but actually it was found to be superfluous and its removal reduced labor hours for production significantly. While it seems he wished the tank looked prettier, Lindybeige does arrive at a sort of conclusion that what matters in war is having equipment that does the job, and that something cheaper with downsides is better than having nothing at all, which is a correct conclusion to draw. Quoting from the tanks of Operation Barbarossa, the worst tank in the world, which manages to show up at the right time in the right place, is immeasurably superior to the best tank, which fails to arrive when and where it is needed. For all these citations for this book, by the way, I would like to apologize. I have an ebook version and it's difficult to cite accurately. Unfortunately, while Lindybeige does seem to reach this conclusion, which I believe is correct, he does so after almost half an hour of talking about how every which aspect of the T-34 was, quote, bad. Quoting again, firepower, armor protection, and mobility are the most significant of the tactical and performance characteristics of tanks. That is, after you've taken stock of the tank's availability. And even so, it has to be operated by a trained crew and used in a cohesive tactical and strategic whole to be effective. In the period under discussion, the medium tanks showed this balance best of all. From the period of view of the level of development of these three characteristics and their optimal balance, the undoubted leader among both Soviet and German tanks was the T-34. That's not to say that T-34 didn't have flaws, wasn't lacking in certain things, and so on. I'm sure it was. It's just to say that at the time, by sensible non-video gamey metrics, it's probably all around what best suits the needs of its nation in World War II. I think the T-34 was probably a good tank. Lindybeige has a website where he's posted little essays. In the opinion section, he's highlighted some of his most controversial ones. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a date stamp on any of these essays, but I also couldn't find any sort of retraction, apology, or corrections, so I assume they still in some way represent his views. I'm happy to be corrected on that though. Your eyes might be drawn to his, quote, "What Holocaust?" essay. It luckily isn't what you think. He takes exception to the term Holocaust on the basis that overemphasizing the Jews killed in the Holocaust may erase the millions of others. Personally, I think Holocaust is fine as a term to encompass all the peoples whom the Nazis attempted to exterminate. And personally, I prefer the Hebrew term, the Shoah, when I refer exclusively to the Jews persecuted during the Holocaust. One point I want to address in his post here, though, is his use of the term, quote, attempted genocide. This is a common misconception. The Nazis did not just attempt a genocide, they carried out a genocide. Genocide is a legal term, and its definition is set out in the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. It reads, quote, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. What's important is intent, and having carried out any of the acts under Article 2 with that intent. The intent must be to destroy it in whole or in part. And you can in fact be found guilty of genocide without having killed a single person. Here's how he introduces one of his essays. Quote, "In the far north of Scandinavia live people called Lapps. In a large country in Central Europe live people called Germans. The Lapps do not call themselves Lapps anymore, it seems." Interjecting here, they never did. Germans do not call themselves Germans. Political correctness now demands that I change my habits and start calling the Lapps Sami. Political correctness is inconsistent, however, and allows me to call Germans Germans. It's not the best source, but I don't have a source specifically on the term Lapps, so I'm quoting the Norwegian Online Encyclopedia's article on the term. This is authored by senior researcher Mikkel Berg Nordlie from the Oslo Met University and linguist Asbjørn Nesheim of the University of Oslo. Translation mine. Quote, "Lapps is an outdated term for the Sami, which was used by non-Sami. Because of societal racism towards the Sami in the 1800s, the reigning term for the people gained a negative connotation. In Norway in the 1930s, the term Lapp was officially replaced by the Sami's own word for themselves, and following the Russian Revolution, the same occurred in the Soviet Union. Later it happened in Finland and Sweden too. This was a term used by the state towards a repressed indigenous minority, not a term they use themselves. It's taken on the connotations of an ethnic or racial slur, especially when utilized by people insisting on this word that hasn't seen official use in almost a century. The Sami understandably do not like it when you say, I prefer to use a different word to describe you, when that term coincidentally was also used by the people who carried out an ethnic cleansing campaign against your ancestors, and used the term to otherize you. He conflates a lot of different things like how the BBC pronounces Kabul or how people call it Germany and not Deutschland, none of which are ethnic slurs. Quoting Lindy Beige, I am told that these days the Lapps have started to get shirty about whether people say Lapp or Sami. This is an insane thing to say about someone not liking a slur, by the way. Quoting further, this is a case of the small group trying to get power over the larger by claiming some degree of oppression and insisting that the larger changes its habits as some sort of pointless and ultimately denigrating concession. It sounds to me like he's saying that Scandinavia is like a Sami-occupied government. His point here is to say that the Sami are denigrating themselves by basically being childish and not being able to tough it out, I guess. It's incredibly pathetic and funny that he views this as the Sami oppressing him. He also says, quote, a word that simply describes you is only insulting to you if the person you are is bad. If you are bad, then surely you deserve to be insulted. And I would rather that you become good than merely change your name. Lindy Beige, I'm going to call you an idiot for this take. You're going to take exception to that, and you're probably going to get offended by me calling you one because you don't believe you are one. Mind you, this entire post happened because a Swede dared to correct him on a term that hasn't been officially in use in Norway, at least, for close to a century. Now, when I see someone launch down a tirade like this, I usually expect them to eventually say why they should be allowed to say the N-word. Luckily, he doesn't do this, but he gets really close.
I will not say this word. The word is seldom used these days, for obvious reason, Lindsay, you fucking idiot. Despite it being a useful, accurate, and unambiguous one, which means named a type of person. Oh my god. Give me a minute. My tech doesn't seem to be working. Do not deny me my Elron. Rejoice! Elron Hobward is here. Hi, Elron. Are you still here? Gemma. Hi, Gemma. Hi, Elron. Please be. I demand all of you to give respect to Elron because he is based. Hi, Elron. Oh no, I'm pretty sure I keep some of the weirdest hours known to humankind. I'm sure of that, actually. Hello, 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 hello. Mwah. How goes it, Elron? Yep. I can't. Frisbee. I'll go back into Freda. Oh, for fuck's sake, Lindsay Page, you're absolutely fucked.
Now I really don't want to read this part. Not because I'm scared of saying any of these words in context. The sentence just sounds so fucking bad, I don't want a recording of me saying it out there. Now I'm not even talking about this term in specific, but in a general sense it's actually the opposite of what he's saying here. There's something shameful about letting someone refer to you by a term that's intended to assert their inherent superiority over you in racial terms and to belittle you. It doesn't matter if you know they're wrong, because if enough people treat you like this, then they've made you their lesser. This is not how you treat an equal, or treat someone with respect. Lindy Beige spends a great deal of time talking about how getting offended by this sort of stuff means that you're childlike and in need of coddling, not seeing the irony of saying this in a 19-paragraph essay spurred by a Swede simply advising
Frisbee! We have Elron. Hello, Elron. Be sure you'll be hearing from this mental Scotch woman. Thank you for the Prime sub. Jeff Bezos. Get right. Thank you. Rah. I need the money. And obviously, I need you around. The money is secondary. You are primary. I need you. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. I'm not entirely sure if Lindsay Page is doing well. We might find out. You never know. Is Metatron doing well? Doubtful. Is Shadow Berserry doing well? No. Sorry, Shad. You're a wank.
him to not use an offensive term that's outdated by close to a century. You're the one who seems in need of coddling, Lloyd. Moving on from that, he also has an essay on women's role in society. Lindy Beige believes that a woman should be in the home and not the workplace. I think he best sums up how he wants to express his view by the following quote. My feeling is that people should act in whatever way is more likely to make them happy. Coercion tends to prevent happiness, and freedom tends to promote it. I do not think that a woman's place should be forced on her. I think that women should be free. I also think that if they were truly free to pick the path that would for them lead to the greatest contentment, that many more of them would end up not going to work. Personally, I think the same applies to men, that both would prefer not to spend half their waking days in service of enriching the owner of their workplace. Lindy Beige here instead highlights what he calls instinctual differences between men and women that just so happen to correspond to his worldview. These are differences in things that cause fulfillment for men and women, and he says that women would be better served to get money from a man than having to labor at a job and in the home. And
Don't you can use me as an example if you wish. I have no problem with that. Carry on. Use this individual and all her incapacities if you want. Feel free. Me as an individual, I can't go back into work. Ever. I know disabled people. They can, with the right support, get back into the world of work and do a job. I'd want for them to get paid more for obvious reasons. I'm here to support them. I will leave myself out of that equation for obvious reasons. I'm here to educate all of yous and demand you follow me. To all of yous, you're just as crazy as I am for following me. Thank you for your support. Correct, Elron. How can we fix that? I've got ideas.
So on. The text is full of presuppositions and assertions of how things are and how they seemingly have to be. Quote, "It is commonly remarked that men do not like to marry women who earn more than they do. Society at large does not respect the kept man. Given that this stems from deep-rooted instinct, it is incredibly unlikely that this will change in the near future. We could try and educate people to respect kept men, and kept men to be happy being kept, but this would be going against the grain of human nature. Surely it is much better to go with the grain of human nature." He conflates much of what he observes with so-called human nature. Humans are social animals. All social organizations we create are a product of human nature, because constructing complex social organizations are an inherent part of us as a species. This could be the family, the village, the nation-state, the trade union, and...
Hello, my fellow species. You like me, don't you? No pressure, of course. Much respect to all of yous. I don't know why you listen to me yet sometimes, but fuck it. I'm here and spouting. That's what Lindy Page, Metatron, and Shadaversary don't get. I have a pretty good analysis, in my opinion. People can come and talk to me about it if they wish. I have no barriers for debate. This is up to them.
and even capitalism. All of it is a product of human nature. It's in our nature to construct complex social organizations, and to sometimes replace those with ones that better suit us. He talks about how unaffordable housing is and how the mobilization of a greater number of the population into the workforce isn't necessarily to the benefit of women or men. That competition between these social categories isn't helping either. Quote, "Governments could not simply intervene and lower the price of housing. Attempts to force people to sell things for less than they could get them for always fail one way or another. Something is only ever worth what someone else is prepared to pay for it. It could be that men have ended up in a world where male virtues are criticized in all but the successful few, and in which their male instincts cause them to pursue lives that will bring them little pleasure. Meanwhile, women cannot feel respected without independence, but cannot get enough money without dependence on a man who might be gone tomorrow. So they still have to go out and get jobs." He ends with, quote, "There must be a better way." His problem is that his vision for how to improve things is constrained to his narrow conservative worldview. Emancipation from all these things that weigh on our lives and force us into molds we don't feel happy in is going to require rethinking a great many things. He brings up how many of the jobs that await women aren't fulfilling careers but just simply jobs, like scanning groceries behind a register and such. This isn't the reality of women he's describing. He's describing the reality of workers. If you're watching this video, you're likely either a worker or you'll become one very soon. You'll be competing for jobs against fellow workers, to the benefit of the owners of the workplaces, who are looking for whoever will do the job for the lowest wage, because the higher your wage, the lower their profit margin. You will spend a great deal of your waking life maximizing that profit margin. There must be a better way.
Warhammer have been getting more and more corrupted by the woke mind virus. Abraham had more than one wife, yet they were shown in visions as standing on the right hand of God in an exalted state. So clearly there's a mechanic or exception which permits someone to have more than one wife.
I learned of Shadiversity through a video called Names and Terms of a Medieval Castle's Parts that I saw in 2016. At the time, I thought it was reasonably informative. It's kind of like an illustrated list, like one of those visual guides you get as a kid with cross-sections in it. This is the kind of content he used to make. He still makes seemingly innocent content where he and his buddy play around with swords or pop culture props. However, the majority of his output, in terms of quantity at least, is on a channel called Night's Watch, started in 2020. This is your typical talking to the camera, low-effort, right-wing opinion channel, covering stuff like Twitter takes and the Amazon Lord of the Rings show. That channel will be the majority of my focus. Shad is a practicing Mormon, hence his defense of having multiple wives. He's very serious about his somewhat fundamentalist Christian beliefs, which logically may lead to a more conservative worldview. Whereas Lindy Beige seems to mostly have his own homegrown, curmudgeonly conservative gripes with society, Shad seems to be wholly immersed in the culture war.
Already weird things are happening over the years. There was one thing where they're trying to say it's for everyone while actually excluding, anyone who politically disagreed with them.
Yeah.
What he's referencing here is, I believe, a Norwegian YouTuber formerly known as Art Warhammer getting ordered by Games Workshop to remove the term Warhammer from his name because he was an out-and-about Nazi.
Initially, it was just Art Warhammer because I figured, like, okay, I'm going to do Warhammer, so it makes sense to mention that in the title of the channel.
Absolutely. Why did you
Games Workshop's lawyers disagreed?
I'll cite a compiled list which itself has links to his videos. Arch's channel was basically him reading fandom wiki pages in a fake British accent that made it sound like he owned colonies in the West Indies, while calling goblins house N-words. When Warhammer took action against Arch, they also released a statement, which is what Shad is referencing here. I'll read the statement to you. Warhammer is for everyone. One of the great powers of our hobby is its ability to bring people together in common cause, to build bonds and friendships across divides. We believe in and support a community united by shared values of mutual kindness and respect. Our fantasy settings are grim and dark, but that is not a reflection of who we are or how we feel the real world should be. We will never accept nor condone any form of prejudice, hatred, or abuse in our company or in the Warhammer hobby. We will continue to diversify the cast of characters we portray through miniatures, art, and storytelling so everyone can find representation and heroes they can relate to. And if you feel the same way, wherever and whoever you are, we're glad you're a part of the Warhammer community. If not, you will not be missed. Games Workshop is saying that Nazis are not welcome in the hobby. Shad is offended by this, or at the very least pretends to be in order to appeal to his Nazi or Nazi-adjacent fans. This is pretty unambiguous because Shad specifically mentions Arch Warhammer.
Yeah, not Arch Warhammer, not him, but it's for everyone, right?
Yeah.
So much of this is 2014 to 2016 internet coded that they even managed to name drop Sargon of Akkad.
Because Sargon of Akkad said you can't have anything exclusionary, even when things are already represented. Oh man.
This is so nuts.
For some reason, Shad is also obsessed with AI. If you've seen his Twitter, you'll know that it's pretty much all him coming to the defense of AI as, quote, tool-assisted art or something like that. I don't really have a dog in this race, beyond the fact that I think AI art looks like dog shit. He's really up his own ass about it though, and berates artists about how AI art is better. For example, here he's saying Studio Ghibli's art style is, quote, plain and, quote, uninspired. This stuff is very personal to him, as evidenced by this part of his, quote, love letter to AI video, which sits squarely on the intersection between sweet and kinda weird, I think.
I had a big crush on Supergirl growing up, and have a lot of nostalgic connection for this character, and what I love to do is to depict my wife as Supergirl, because that's who she is. She is my Supergirl.
I don't know what to say about this stuff, but I thought it bears mentioning since a lot of people have very strong opinions on the use of this technology for so-called art, and it seems to be a pretty big part of who he is right now. Shad is a big fantasy nerd. I am too. I've been playing D&D since about 2012 with some of the same people that entire time. I read fantasy books growing up, and when I've traveled recently, I've been reading Ursula Le Guin's books of Earthsea. Shad did what a lot of fantasy nerds who also become YouTubers, gain an audience, and with it an ego do. He became an author. His universe, or book series, is called Chronicles of Everfall, and his first book is called Shadow of the Conqueror. It is a world of floating islands. The story takes place after the big fantasy villain was deposed by the good guys. The main character is this deposed fantasy villain. For some reason that is apparently never revealed, the deposed villain eventually feels remorse for his actions, and the setting's analogy to God then gives him a shot at redemption, transforming him into a 17-year-old version of himself, for some reason. I will gladly read an entire book on history for a video, but I refuse to read a YouTuber's first fantasy novel, so instead I'm going to read you some choice reviews. Before I do though, I need to give a quick content warning. Apparently the book contains copious mentions of sexual assault and some of it being against minors, so I will be using words that some might find unpleasant. Quote, this is a difficult review to write. I'm biased to like the author based off of his YouTube personality/channel. Because of that I want to like this novel, however it is rough for one minor and one major reason. So the minor reason is that the book needs editing. Quote, as is, the novel is very often expository, dumping mechanics, systems, and seemingly logic asides all the time. The tone of the written prose is fluctuating wildly, with supposedly heart-wrenching monologue from a character in one line and utterly neutral side on some tangent to the next line. For example, quote, blood was easy to wipe off because it's mostly water. Wait, what? The biggest issue, however, that keeps me from rating this novel higher is the novel's constant obsession with sex and rape. The main character is largely defined by it. Almost all the female characters with more than one line dedicated to them are either trusty home-sitting wives, quoting, with breasts like melons, religiously obsessed with cooking for their men and sexing with their men. Or they're absolutely and utterly defined by having been raped and or kept for sex trafficking. And okay, if this had been handled with care, okay, but the way these events are treated, like offhand mentions with no apparent empathy from the characters or author beyond the briefest of lip service, is genuinely discomforting. From another review by Kevin Potter. Now, I have two large issues that almost made me drop the book and get a refund on numerous occasions. 1. Rampant and awkward sexuality and rape. There are multiple characters completely defined by their sexual assault. 2. The main character. There are so many issues here, but let me condense the list to a few key points. After being with him for 18 hours, I can also say there's not one thing about him that I like, largely because every positive thing presented just rings false. At the end of the day, he's still a bastard who raped young girls and killed millions. Here's another one by Chelsea, who said she did not finish it. I love Shad's YouTube channel, and this was a promising premise, but the novel is annoyingly unpolished and objectionable. As for the unsavory elements, there are copious references to rape, ravaging, and sex trafficking, as well as bestiality. What? I didn't pre-read any of these, by the way. I just scrolled down the Goodreads review list and looked for reviews that were sizable, not 3-word shitposts, and generally started with, I love this guy's YouTube channel, but... And a final review by Hope C. I'd really give this negative stars if I could. I'm just here in an attempt to reduce the inflated score. Making your protagonist a genocidal pedophilic rapist who gets away with it, becomes young and handsome, and then everyone forgives, that doesn't belong in published books. It belongs in long-deleted Wattpad stories. This guy's channel is almost all tired or angry opinion videos. It's hard to tell to what degree this stuff is meant to cash in on the online right-wing outrage farms, and to which degree they're actually genuinely bothered by this stuff. Sadly, there's also not a lot of history to criticize here. Shad seems to have moved somewhat away from that stuff and is now more or less submerged in the culture war. And, to my great misery, the only thing that I could find that was somewhat related to history and was somewhat recent was Shad sharing his thoughts on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, so I've had an interest in this from a historical perspective, but as to the race of the character, I don't really care, honestly. I mean, there's been black samurai characters, Afro Samurai is one that comes to mind, in the past, and give me a good character, I'm happy. But what I find interesting is the double standard, right, and what they are doing. Usually the really woke progressive crowd cry bloody murder when you have something that's depicting a more diverse setting, like say if it was in...
Out and out fucking incest and familial bonking, that is disgusting, in my opinion. I haven't read, obviously. Don't make me buy a book. I don't want to. Thank you.
Africa or sometimes in Asia and stuff like that, and if the protagonist is white, there's a phrase that they usually use to describe if the protagonist is white. Have you heard it before?
Is it white savior?
White savior.
Yeah.
They call it the white savior trope, right? And so according to their own standard, this seems a little hypocritical.
This stuff is really dumb. There is no double standard. People love stories about a guy not from medieval Japan who ends up in medieval Japan.
Can I tell Ron? Thank you. Yeah. Help? Me? Ugh. Do you think Shad would talk to me? Maybe he's aye, maybe he's not. I don't know.
It's about the way you tell that story. A quote white savior is someone who's portrayed as superior because of whiteness or their culture or something like that. It's not just any story about a foreigner in a strange land. In fact, nobody reasonable actually minds stories of a white guy getting stranded in Japan if it's told well. Shogun by James Clavell is a classic, and it was adapted into a TV show in the 80s and a TV show very recently, and that recent one won 18 Emmys, the most any show has ever won in a single season of television. The stranger in a strange land trope is beloved and works really well, especially in video games. This isn't the first time they've done this. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, if I recall, you're a Norwegian who goes to England.
They are completely driven by the woke ideology of diversity, equity, inclusion, all that stuff.
DEI mentioned.
They are latching onto this, historical figure and then inflating his role.
Yes.
To a much larger degree, it seems, than he was in the past, and we know why. Some of the most disingenuous, comments are like, "What, you're okay with animus, fancy, bullcrap magic, essentially, in Assassin's Creed with stuff, but you have a problem with, this bit of unrealism?" It's about suspension of disbelief, okay? And what they have been consistent with, in the past games, and what they have shown respect to in terms of historicity.
In Assassin's Creed 2, the final boss fight is you fist-fighting the Pope. You don't even have to bring up the fact that he has alien magic powers, you're fist-fighting the Pope.
No more tricks. No more ancient artifacts. No more weapons. Let us see what you are made of, old man.
All right then, if that's how you want to play it.
It's all very selective outrage, and I'm not 100% sure if it's genuine, if he actually is upset about representation or people having fun with historical characters when making video game stories, or if he's just doing the grift that everyone does now.
It's worth talking about the historical aspect of this black character, because there's been back and forth and some misunderstandings on both sides, I've found. Metatron has a great video on it. I would just basically suggest looking at, the Metatron video.
And we've come full circle. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do a lot of reading for this one, or a lot of history at all. It turns out these guys I used to watch for history don't really do much of that anymore, and maybe they never really did. Looking back at it, much of it was very surface level stuff, some of them just talking to a camera and being nerds. Sometimes insightful nerds, but most times not really. If you look past all the weird stuff, my channel's not too different from theirs. I think part of the reason some of their content has fallen off and I'm growing is that they came from an older tradition of YouTubers. Back in their day, you could do whatever you wanted with zero effort, and they've kind of been stuck in that mindset. You just hit record and start talking to the camera. You're the guy everyone watches, so surely what you're saying is important enough to justify your video's existence. You're very smart and important. You've been doing this for a long time, so when it comes to history, you just go with your gut. There's no need to double check, to try to improve, be curious, learn, or anything of the sort. Metatron streams and just talks to the camera. When he makes a themed history-related video, it feels like it was written by ChatGPT. Lindy Beige at least visits a museum and shows you a cool tank, but also kinda just talks at the camera. No citations, no evidence of actually engaging with history, though he does seem knowledgeable. But who knows where that knowledge came from, or how correct it is. Shadiversity's channel started doing poorly after doing the same thing for a decade, and so to innovate, he started doing 2014 era Gamergate style content a decade after its heyday. These guys are relics of their time who relied on their audience knowing less than them about history. When we actually started learning, we very quickly outgrew them. I hope one day you guys outgrow me as well. Thank you for watching. And I want to give a special thank you to the patrons at the $10 tier. Lucanus F, Hengamer, The Ghost of Henry Kissinger, Clydek, Bishire, Jordan M, and Monday's Last Brain Cell. Some of you in the special thanks and in the scrolling credits have been around for a very long time. I am incredibly grateful. Without you, this channel might not have been possible. Thank you all so much.
Let's go and say hi to Oscar. Okay, so bring up Oscar. How's everyone doing? Welcome. Or goodbye. Or hello. I'm Katie. Please, 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 please. Ah! Can I find him? I'll do the read. Oscar Chip. No. Oh, chat. Oh yeah. I will distance a little bit. Windy Beach. But Metatron and Shadiversary can go. Haha. Oscar Jacob. Ah! Find him.